习近平主席为特朗普总统对中国进行国事访问举行的欢迎宴会现在开始。
The welcoming banquet hosted by President Xi Jinping for President Donald J. Trump now begins.
首先，请习近平主席致辞。
Now a toast by President Xi.
尊敬的特朗普总统、女士们、先生们，很高兴为特朗普总统对中国进行国事访问举行国宴。首先，我代表中国政府和中国人民，对特朗普总统和美国代表团表示热烈欢迎。
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to host the state banquet in honor of President Trump during his state visit to China. On behalf of the Chinese government and people, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to President Trump and the U.S. delegation.
这是一次历史性访问。今年是中国15开局之年，14亿多中国人民立足于5000多年中华文明深厚基础，正在以高质量发展全面推进中国式现代化。今年也是美国独立250周年。3亿多美国人民正在重振爱国、创新、开拓精神，推动美国发展迈向新的征程。中美两国人民都是伟大的人民，实现中华民族伟大复兴和让美国再伟大，完全可以并行不悖，相互成就，造福世界。
This is a historic visit. This year marks the start of China's 15th five-year plan for economic and social development. The over 1.4 billion people of China, drawing on the rich heritage of our over 5,000-year civilization, are advancing Chinese modernization on all fronts through high-quality development. This year is also the 250th anniversary of American independence. The over 300 million American people are reinvigorating the spirit of patriotism, innovation, and enterprise, and ushering in a new journey for the development of the United States. The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. Achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can go hand in hand. We can help each other succeed and advance the well-being of the whole world.
55年前，尼克松总统派基辛格博士访华，中美开展乒乓外交，双方官民并举，推开了中美冰封20多年的大门。成为当代国际关系史上重大事件。此后，中美之间以很多开放合作的故事，不断书写着友谊的佳话。新形势下，我同特朗普总统顺应两国人民和国际社会期待，通过多次会晤和通话，推动中美关系保持总体稳定。
55 years ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天，我同特朗普总统就中美关系和国际及地区形势深入交换意见。我们一致认为，中美关系是当今世界最重要的双边关系，只能搞好，不能搞坏。两国合则两利，斗则俱伤，应该成为伙伴而不是对手。我们同意构建中美建设性战略稳定关系，推动中美关系稳定、健康、可持续发展，为世界带来更多和平、繁荣、进步。
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。我们应当共同扛起这个历史重任，推动中美关系这艘巨轮沿着正确的航道平稳前行。
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends, looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation is the key to whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和两国人民的友谊，为特朗普总统以及在座的各位朋友的健康干杯。
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯。
Cheers.
谢谢习近平主席。
Thank you, President Xi.
现在请特朗普总统致辞。
Next, a toast by President Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier, and this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China, and it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎，那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨地接待了我的代表团。那么今天早些时候，我们跟中方进行了富有成效以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的建国之初。那么，美国的第一任驻华大使萨缪尔·肖先生在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人是这样称呼到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称为一个崭新的民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的演变成为当今世界当中最举足轻重的关系之一。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a sense of respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper, and today sculpture recognizing that ancient Chinese sage is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸当中刊登了孔子的《论语》，而今天在美国最高法院建筑物的门前，可以说有一个雕刻，这个雕刻就是为了向中国的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great and statesman a hero.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么，许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统。那么当时就美国赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面，石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军 和政治家，他们把它称为人中豪杰。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，这种相互的尊敬已经成为了一段全新的关系。这段关系可以说反映出我们两国人民之间巨大的潜力以及我们的努力和智慧。中国工人当初帮助美国建设了我们的铁路路轨，连通了美国的大西岸和太平洋沿海地区。美国当时早期出访中国的美国人也帮助中国提升了识字率，并且引入了现代医学，并且应时任中国驻华大使的请求，罗斯福总统也专门提供了资金，成立了习主席的母校清华大学。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么，作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中提到了勇敢的中国人民。正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国目前的中餐厅的数量要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work, we value courage and achievement, we love our families, and we love our countries. Together we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children. This region and the world is a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重，可以说追溯到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有许多的共同点，我们都崇尚劳动，我们都崇尚勇气和成就，我们都非常爱我们的家庭，我们也爱我们的国家。我们两国一道，我们将有机会基于我们共同的价值观，创造出一个更加繁荣、基于合作、幸福、和平的未来，为我们的子孙、为本地区以及全世界造福。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House
提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
感谢，
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
Hey, wait. I need you to show me how to convert a Word doc to a PDF again.
Seriously? You know.
Good to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera. We are following live coverage of President Trump's historic two-day summit.
And good day from China. I'm Tom Yamas. Any moment now, history will unfold before our eyes as President Trump holds a high-stakes summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the Great Hall of People here in Beijing. If you look at the left side of your screen, you can see China's leader right now descending the steps at the Great Hall of People. This is where this meet and greet will happen, if you will. You can see both the U.S. and the China delegation set up here. China first on your screen right now. President Xi walking by the delegation as he's going to approach and we think greet President Trump at some point right now. These events are ongoing, and we are bringing them to you live as they happen here in Beijing. Our Garrett Hake is also on hand, not too far from where all of this action is happening. Garrett, from your vantage point, what can you see here? We knew the president came with an armada, if you will, of American CEOs to flex sort of that financial and business power of the U.S., but also looking to make some deals here.
CEOs are arrayed behind the U.S. delegation here awaiting the president, including some of his top cabinet officials as well as Marco Rubio, Secretary Bessent are here. Trying to speak very quietly here to be respectful of the ceremonies that begins to get underway. We see a massive honor guard here from the Chinese military. There are a few hundred children here with Chinese and American flags waiting to greet the president. Of course, the literal and figurative red carpet being laid out here for what is a multi-day state visit with a lot on the agenda here today, Tom.
Yeah, Garrett, we thank you for that. We understand you wanting to be respectful to all the children we see there. As the ceremony is beginning, we see the world-famous beast, of course, the Cadillac that is carrying President Trump as he approaches to meet President Xi Jinping here in Beijing. His second trip as commander-in-chief. You'll remember less than 9 years ago, the president first came here, a much different trip, and the things being negotiated. A lot of them are the same, but hanging over all of this, of course, the war in Iran. And will President Trump ask President Xi for his help in either opening the Strait of Hormuz? You'll Remember, China and Iran have a very close relationship. China buys 80% of Iran's oil. And also, the back of all of this, too, Venezuela, which China had a huge relationship with Venezuela as well, purchasing oil from them as well. It'll be interesting to see how many things they talk about. What does China want? What does the U.S. want? And to answer some of that question, I want to bring in our good friend Gabe Gutierrez, who joins me from our live position here in Beijing. Gabe, the president may want to talk business, but we know the war in Iran is still front and center. And regardless if he says, you know, the financial implications are not weighing his decision-making on Iran, prices are very high, the polling is very low.
Yeah, certainly, Tom, and that is something that President Trump, his administration, very conscious of. We heard it right now. We heard it earlier today when Vice President Vance was asked about the president's comments yesterday. President Trump was asked by reporters yesterday, and he said that he did not consider.
As we see our first images of President Trump exiting the beast right now, as he's about to greet President Xi. Let's listen in for a moment. Big handshake here. Gave an extended handshake there. We, of course, couldn't hear what the two leaders were saying to each other. As we mentioned, they've met before, as recently as October, correct, in South Korea, where they were also trying to strike some deals here.
That's right. And look, right there, that is the image being seen really around the world. President Trump walking with President Xi. President Trump, as every opportunity he gets, has been talking about the close personal relationship that he has had with President Xi. This is the first time that they've met face-to-face here in China since 2017, but they have met, many times during both presidencies. President Trump inviting President Xi back to Washington later this year, and as we see, both leaders now shaking hands.
Yeah, it looks the Chinese delegation and both military leaders and leaders within China's Communist Party. The military right now, President Xi has transformed the military in many ways. In the less than 9 years since the president was last here, China hopes to have the most advanced military in the world, but still admitting that the U.S. powerful military. And here we're going to have President Xi as the American delegate. Just behind that pole, you can't see right now, but that is Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is now shaking hands with President Xi. Quite interesting, because Rubio had been sanctioned and not invited here for several years, banned essentially from China. We see Secretary Bessent, Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary as well, and it looks like Stephen Miller as well, getting to shake the hand of President Xi.
Yeah, very interesting there. And then right before him, the Trade Representative Jamieson Greer, and that, of course, then you have James Blair, Deputy Chief of Staff, right there. Look, trade looming very high on the agenda list today. That's something that the president and his administration, as you mentioned, hoping to announce some sort of investment deal. It's a major question. What exactly will they be able to come away with? And President bringing several high-powered, more than a dozen CEOs from the U.S., including the head of Boeing. Could we potentially see an announcement where China agrees to buy several hundred more Boeing planes? That is something that we're watching. It's something that the Trump administration wants to focus on. Yeah. But yes, as you said, Tom, Iran looming over this.
This is such an interesting image, because a lot of these people that are shaking President Xi's hand right now are China hawks. They've been very tough on China. They have said that, essentially, in so many words, China is America's enemy, America's greatest competitor. And yet they are here also in China to cut deals. They have to be here with the president in a show of force, if you will, but also in a show of good faith that America wants to negotiate. They want to figure out something with China in the open. And you mentioned it earlier when we were on Nightly News that there will be conversations in public and there will be conversations in private, and it's what happens in private that really matters.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. And look, President Trump has said he'll have a very long talk with President Xi about Iran, but again, we likely won't see any of that publicly over the next day or so, which, by the way, this is a very long day filled with pomp and pageantry. After this, we expect President Xi and President Trump to head into a bilateral meeting. Cameras will be there to capture the very, very beginning of it. But then the face-to-face private meeting will happen behind closed doors, so we won't see we won't hear what happens there.
The national anthem, I'm being told, and though we can't hear it, the national anthem is being played right now at the Great Hall of People. Garrett Haake is somewhere just behind those children. Actually, we have sound now. Let's listen.
With the perfect kick for steak and shrimp bucatini, Olive Garden's new Calabrian sauce just may become your new favorite homemade sauce. Then again, we're family, and families don't pick favorites. Okay, maybe they do.
We're seeing President Trump here now being greeted by school children in China. President Trump seeming to enjoy this spectacle here. Chinese school children jumping up and down with flowers and American flags.
that the two countries agree on moving forward. So a lot of political observers don't expect any grand bargain here from the two leaders. This might just be perhaps a framework for future trade with China. But we've come a long way, Tom, from where the U.S. and the China relationship was last year with President Trump imposing those sky-high tariffs. There's been a very fragile truce when it comes to trade since then. But coming out of this high-stakes meeting, where does it go from here? And what does the U.S. accept as a victory here, given this very fragile trade truce that has been in effect since last year? But yeah, Tom, you're right. A lot of questions about the future of EV. I know you have said, and I know you were at a car dealership earlier this week, where there has been an incredible, it's remarkable to see some of these EVs produced here in China that can sell for as low as the equivalent of $12,000. If those were to ever make it into the U.S. market, what would happen to U.S. car makers? And could it be a situation where, U.S. car makers are, face their own issues if Chinese EVs were to ever break into that market?
Gabe, we thank you for that. I want to go straight to NBC News' international correspondent, Janice Mackey-Frayer. She lives here in Beijing with her family. She covers China for us. Janice, give our viewers a little bit of a perspective and history of where this is taking place right now.
Well, this is happening at the Great Hall of the People, which is on the western side of Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City in the background with the portrait of Chairman Mao. The place that you see in historical pictures on television, it really is a storied place, and this has been quite a welcome reception for President Trump that China's Xi Jinping has coordinated. You'll recall that President Trump had been quite envious of President Xi's military parade last September. He made some comments about how beautiful it was, and it seems that President Xi has organized a small version of it as a symbol of how important and pivotal this summit could be. Pivotal for a global economy that is going through conflict and trade tension. Both sides will be aware of the optics of this summit as they both look to come out looking strong, both wanting to come out with some headlines, and for Xi Jinping in particular, wanting to ensure that there is some stability for China in its relationship with the United States.
Janice, anything else you've noticed? You've watched a lot of these. You've seen a lot of presidents do these. Is there anything you're noticing that is unique about this ceremony so far?
With the perfect kick for steak and shrimp bucatini, Olive Garden's new Calabrian sauce just may become your new favorite homemade sauce. Then again, we're family, and families don't pick favorites. Okay, maybe they do.
Well, when President Trump visited back in 2017, it was billed as a state visit plus. They really got all the stops. So in the preparation for this summit, which was, of course, delayed by the Iran war, there was the sense that somehow China had to offer something that was almost as good, something different. We're going to see them inside the Great Hall of the People in some of the ornate meeting rooms there. In a few hours, Presidents Trump and Xi will take a private tour of the Temple of Heaven. There will be a state banquet later. There will be tea and lunch tomorrow at Zhongnanhai. That is the residence of President Xi, as well as many of the senior Politburo officials, standing committee officials. What we're seeing is the attention to detail that China puts into everything, and people will be looking at what they eat, what they drink, the colors of their ties, who clinks glasses with whom, as indications of the kind of negotiations and discussions that are happening behind closed doors. But we have to bear in mind, and you mentioned this earlier, Tom, this is a much different China that President Trump is visiting over 2017. On the way in from the airport last night, he would have seen the superhighways, the infrastructure, the tall buildings, the glitz, the sense that China is now a very prosperous place. And also that globally the mood has shifted and China is now seeing its influence extended, and Xi Jinping wanting to present himself as a global statesman and as China as this oasis of stability in a world of chaos.
Janice, you know, we were seeing President Xi there look to be somewhat jovial, smiling and almost laughing with President Trump. Is that something you see a lot? Because I'm just thinking back on a lot of the footage we see of China's leader.
Well, President Trump has talked often about his friendship with Xi Jinping. He talked about him being a gentleman, says that he loves his country, and there does appear to be a good relationship between the two men. That said, they are still competitors, and they're going to be addressing some very thorny issues in these negotiations: trade tensions, rare earths, critical minerals, tariffs, technology, Taiwan, all of these issues that have long been flashpoints in the U.S.-China relationship. For Xi Jinping, he's probably looking less for friendship out of this than to have some sort of stability, be able to manage tensions in the relationship in the longer term to give some traction for the Chinese economy. But we will see him being a gracious host. The sort of events and activities that they have planned for this two-day visit are a notch above what you would see for a lot of visiting heads of state. There's been a lot of hype as well. People on social media are posting videos of the plane arriving last night, of the motorcade going through the city. Traffic is being brought to a standstill so that it's a smooth ride wherever they go. Even we had to adjust last minute, Tom. About 30 minutes before we went on the air, we had a visit from authorities saying that we couldn't stand on our balcony all day. We shifted slightly indoors. So really, a lot of attention is going into every aspect of this to make it memorable.
Thank you. I want to see if we can get to Garrett Haake. He might be scrambling. I see a lot of press running now to enter the Great Hall. Garrett, if you're still with us, if you're still out there, what are you seeing?
Tom, the ceremony here on the Great Hall, or on the sort of steps of the Great Hall, is wrapped up. The delegations have gone inside. The bands are clearing out. The school children here are being congratulated by their teachers for a job well done. I just want to kind of dovetail with what Janice was saying to say that all of what you saw in terms of the pageantry, the attention to detail, is meant to project the same image that China wants to project politically. That is stability. That everything is under control. But for President Trump, that's not necessarily his political style. The thing to watch out of this for all of it, for me, is still going to be the trade focus, the business focus. The president said last night on social media on the way here, he wants to ask China to open up its market. That's ask number 1. It's ask number 2 and 3. He needs the economic boost. But historically, that's something that Western governments have been asking China for 200 years. And everything you saw here today from President Xi, from the Chinese Communist Party, is meant to say, we're in control, we run this town, everything is sort of planned down to the detailed level. And I think that's the situation that the president will walk into when the doors close inside that Great Hall for the private meetings.
With the perfect kick for steak and shrimp bucatini, Olive Garden's new Calabrian sauce just may become your new favorite homemade sauce. Then again, we're family, and families don't pick favorites. Okay, maybe they do.
All right, Garrett. We're now looking at the American delegate cabinet there, along with some of the CEOs who, actually, I think this is just going to be the U.S. cabinet right now, the president's cabinet, for the bilateral talks between China and the U.S. As they enter here, there'll be an official photo as well. We're waiting for both leaders to enter. I can say, and Gabe, you can back me up on this one, it is sweltering right now in Beijing. It is so hot, and I'm sure the president and China's leader as well are going to be happy to enter the Great Hall and get to talking and get to negotiating inside the air conditioning.
Yes, certainly. That air conditioning will be huge right there for the delegation. You see Secretary of State Marco Rubio there pointing to something in the ceiling. And yeah, Tom, as you were speaking with Janice, what really struck me was the sort of what passes as a jovial interaction between President Xi and President Trump. You President Trump even pat Xi on the shoulder or in his arm, times as they walked around. But now you do see the U.S. delegation there, and top White House aide Stephen Miller and the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth as well. They're in that room preparing for these bilateral talks, which, you know, it will be interesting to see, Tom, just how long these talks last. Now, we're only going to see the first few seconds of them as cameras are ushered into the room, but then the real negotiation begins between these two superpowers, and something to be a fly in the wall in that room as this all unfolds over the next several hours.
And we're seeing Secretary Bessent right now speaking with the ambassador, David Perdue from the ambassador here in China, who is one of the most important playmakers, right, in all of this. A person who has to live here in Beijing, deal with the relationship, the back and forth, and
there you see,
and here
President Xi walking into the room. There, President Trump as well. And yes, you said Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is huge in this, in how this is all playing out. Also, the Trade Representative Jamieson Greer. You'll remember, you know, last year both were so instrumental.
And we should tell our viewers real quick because they might be getting, you know, some nausea. This is a pool feed. Unclear who's behind the camera right now, but they're trying to set their camera up right now, get on some tripod, get on a tripod hopefully, and establish a shot, which it looks like they're about to.
That's right. We should pull back the curtain a little bit. This is, you know, just a traveling pool of reporters. They are shuffled in there very quickly to try and get this picture. They are scrambling as quickly as they can to get in place and to battle all the communications issues. That you might see some breakup in the picture. But
and it looks like they're putting in their earpieces for the real-time translations as they speak to the Chinese. And interesting who President Trump has next to him, right? The ambassador on one side and Secretary of State Marco Rubio on the other?
Yeah, certainly. Look, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as you know, Tom, wears many hats these days. He's not only Secretary of State, he's also the National Security Advisor, in addition to several other roles in this administration. And yes, it is very interesting to see how how they're all laid out, those top members of the Trump administration.
Let's listen in, Gabe. I think we're going to be able to get some audio. Let's listen.
现在可以说是举世瞩目，当前百年变局加速演进，国际形势是变乱交织，世界走到新的十字路口。中美两国能不能跨越所谓的修昔底德陷阱
is made in China. What the whole world doesn't know is that President Xi Jinping is shutting down China's massive export empire, all to make China and the Chinese people even stronger. That's what we're going to talk about in this clip.
XJP is pushing against a world in which every product that you pick up says made in China. And it's been XJP that has been at war with the maritime sea trade export economy in China. So, in other words, yes.
Okay. This is one of the things I really appreciate about you, Joachim, the different cut and angle that you take on issues. All right, I'm listening. Come on, tell me more. Because China's made so much money from this. It's how they import raw materials. They've got massive manufacturing, then they export these materials. The whole world is made in China, pretty much. Why would it's how they've accrued wealth. Why would you want to go against that?
Right. I mean, the whole world has been made in China for the past 50 years. They did something similar. There was something that happened 500 years ago. This was a process that started in about 1410 or thereabouts. And China built a massive maritime naval fleet, military and trade. And they sent this fleet all over the known world at the time, all along the coast of Africa, what is today Australia, all over. There was probably no place, and there are many places we won't know. The Chinese may have even been to the Americas, we don't know. But they had a global trade system, and the maritime oligarchy over this course of the next 100 years, from about 1410, 1415 until about 1520, became so powerful that they overtook the stability of the society. They overtook the other elements of the oligarchy in the Chinese system, which made China very disbalanced, very unpredictable, and very chaotic, because then you develop an inter-elite conflict. So this was during the time of the Ming Dynasty. And the Ming government at this time finally decided to destroy the fleet. That, in other words, like China will have to be a land power and move away from being a sea power. This is a very well-developed area that, knowledge of this area is going to separate a geopolitical analyst from a geopolitical train spotter or geopolitical hobbyist. You have these very well-developed concepts of land power and sea power. And you're talking about thalassocratic power and telluric power. And the difference in those has to do with how the society is organized. It's even a cultural question. It gets very deep. It's not just the economy or the polity. It gets deep into the culture. And this maritime adventurism that lasted for over 100 years in China was eroding the foundations of their Han civilization. And it was also creating a disbalance, like I said, between the elites and was leading towards an inter-elite conflict. The Chinese understand their own history, Rich. This is not something that if I were to tell anyone in China close to power, they'd be like, yeah, we could teach you about this, my friend. They understand this very well. And they're acting upon this. They don't want to repeat the crisis that occurred it was actually exactly 100 years ago that they burnt the fleet. Well, it was 1525. I'm looking at the date here. It's 2026. So this was 1525. 500 years ago, the Chinese did exactly what XJP is doing right now. And this allowed them to build a land power in China. And, they continued to build up what was called the Silk Road. And this is like what they're doing now with the Belt and Road Project. And this changes the balance of power in China. Also, keep in mind that China has a growing middle class and they have a population crisis. Within 30 or 40 years, they will have 200 to 300 million less people than they have right now. But they have understood that a strong and growing population is a good thing. And this is also very similar to what the Russians understand and to what Trump and the United States understand. This is opposite from the Club of Rome, the globalists, the European Union, the British under their president ownership under the City of London. This is a very different worldview. And you were talking about the British and the way that they had their method of control using opium in the 19th century over the Chinese. These are not the theories and practices of statecraft and international relations building that made the British Empire what it was. When the British Empire was growing towards the close of the 16th century, moving through the 17th and 18th centuries, they had a different worldview than the one that they had in the 19th century. Everyone born in the 19th century that was running the British Empire at that time and running it and creating this monstrosity that we are unwinding today was born into a world of British Empire. And they had the wrong ideas about what led to that greatness. They had the ideas very much like the difference between a self-made man and his spoiled sons. Very much like this.
Right. Joaquin, that's incredible. I'm going to ask you a silly question, but it's also a genuine question. How come you're so clever, Joaquin? I'm listening to you thinking, God, how come he's so clever? Anyway, credit to your parents, right? That's what I would say.
I appreciate that. No, that's very kind of you. No, this is what I do. I'm a student of history, of patterns. I do pattern analysis. I dig myself into books. When other people were doing other things, I was in books at a certain age, and then I got out into the world. And when other people were just doing a 9-to-5, I was working with people, intelligence, military, government. I was traveling. I was engaged in many adventures. I wound up persecuted by the Biden regime and the Obama government, wound up in these Senate Select Committee on Intelligence reports, calling me that I was doing malinformation. They said I was doing malinformation. I was connected to, they said I was deeply involved, in fact, in the Russia collusion hoax. And so this is all in the record. People can find this stuff. I'm Googleable. I don't maintain a LinkedIn account. No offense to people with LinkedIn. All respect to everyone who does their thing, but you can just look me up. I'm instantly Yandexable. I'm instantly Googleable, right? So LinkedIn is like, but anyway, we have fun with it. But I appreciate your kind words, man. But this is what I do.
Yes, thank you. And it's probably why that conversation you and I had with Ian Burlingham a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to tell Ian this when I speak to him next. I was just so absorbed, just completely in the flow. That was my experience of the conversation.
Ian's a highly intelligent man, very thoughtful, and I'm always very interested to hear his perspectives.
If you enjoyed this video, you can find the whole clip right here. And don't forget to sign up for my free newsletter. Links in the description below.
Let's get right to Aisha Hasni, who has all the details from at Face to Face. Aisha.
Hey, Todd and Carly, good morning to you. And we just got a readout from the White House on this big bilateral meeting between the two presidents. So I'll read a couple of notes that I've taken away from this statement. They talked about expanding market access for American businesses into China. Remember, the president brought this delegation of 16 CEOs from different business and tech backgrounds. They also talked about wanting more progress on stopping the flow of fentanyl. That's something the president brought up. Now, the Chinese purchases of American agricultural products was also something that was brought up in these discussions. And President Xi expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to reduce China's dependence on the strait in the future. That's a really big takeaway. So we're going to focus on that as well. Also, both countries agree that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And after reading through this readout, there was really nothing in there that said that China was going to help pressure Iran in any way to ending the conflict. We were wondering if that was going to come up. It has been an incredibly busy day for the president, touring around all over Beijing. The president began his day with a visit to the Great Hall of People at the heart of the city, where he was greeted by President Xi. The delegation heard the national anthem along with a 21-gun salute, and the two then had a bilateral meeting, and the president commented on his relationship with Xi. Watch.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me, and whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together.
So once the bilateral was over, we actually got several statements from the Chinese side almost immediately. This is a not so thinly veiled warning from the Chinese Ministry our spokeswoman on Taiwan, the issue of Taiwan, which, by the way, gets a ton of its defense weapons from the U.S. This is what she wrote. President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Now, here's the moment our reporter shouts a question at the two leaders about Taiwan, and watch what happens next.
How are your talks, sir?
It's great.
Did you talk about Taiwan,
Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
Yeah, neither wanted to say anything about it. Meanwhile, Iran looming in the background as a report overnight indicates that Iran may have taken a vessel near the Strait of Hormuz. While President Trump says he does not need Xi's help in ending the conflict, administration officials did go into this bilat saying that they were hoping to see China play a role, considering that it buys the largest amount of Iranian crude.
We've made the argument to the Chinese, and I hope it's compelling. The Chinese have ships stuck in the Persian Gulf because setting up a system that says we're going to let certain ships through but others not, it's easier said than done. It's a huge source of instability. It threatens to destabilize Asia more than any other part of the world. It's in their interest to resolve this. We hope to convince them to play a more active role.
And remember, there were a huge contingency of CEOs that were present at the ceremony today. We saw them leaving the bilateral early, meaning that the president did what he said. He was going to make his first ask to Xi to open up China to these companies. Of course, the guys, they want to do business in China as long as it's safe to do business in China. The state banquet is up next, and then the first interview with Sean Hannity airs later tonight. We will find out much more directly from the president on what he got out of President Xi today.
Yeah, which
Back
will
to you.
certainly be something to watch, and a great wrap-up, Aisha, of what's taking place so far. Notable and very interesting to hear what is coming out of China, with a heavy emphasis on Taiwan, and the United's focusing, of course, on the economy. Iran and fentanyl not mentioning Taiwan at all. But the president, as you just played, said that the meeting went great, and now it's on to dinner time coming up pretty soon with the state banquet. Aisha Hasni live for us, 12 hours ahead in Beijing. Aisha, thank you so much. Let's bring in the director of the Heritage Foundation's Asian Studies Center, Jeff Smith. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. So, want to get your overall thoughts on what's taken place so far and your read on what's coming out both from the White House and from China.
Well, I'll tell you, so far, I like what I'm hearing. We're getting sort of standard stock diplomatic language out of the Chinese side. We have heard comments on Taiwan, but what we heard from the Chinese spokesman is the standard fair diplomatic talking points that Chinese side tends to their American counterparts in almost any meeting. They sort of say, the U.S. staying out of the Taiwan issue is the key to stability in the relationship. I was not particularly concerned by anything that I heard there, and as far as I can tell, the U.S. side has not offered any strategic concessions on Taiwan. And so the sort of principle of do no harm applies when we're talking about Taiwan, and here I think that's been satisfied. Hopefully we can move to sort of more constructive points of conversation, like opening up market access in China for U.S. exports.
Your read and my read are exactly the same. I'm just going to couch it in different terms. A lot of generalities, not a lot of specifics. And that leads to this. Will anything of substance, any specifics, truly be accomplished so long as both sides refuse to budge on Taiwan, Jeff?
I don't think anything positive is going to be accomplished on Taiwan. What I do think there is opportunity for is sort of tactical horse trading on things. You know, there are certain things you can do with the Chinese. You can negotiate on things like lower tariff rates, better market access, agricultural exports. If China wants to buy more U.S. soybeans, if China wants to buy more Boeing airplanes or U.S. oil and gas, I am fine with that. What I don't want to negotiate on is strategically sensitive issues like Taiwan. I don't want to be giving up strategically important U.S. products like U.S. advanced chips. And so far, we haven't seen any major concessions by the U.S. side. I hope that holds.
One of the big things to come out of this meeting that we just learned is that President Xi expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to avoid being so reliant on the Strait of Hormuz. Your reaction to that fact?
Hey, I'm fine with that. The more that China wants to be dependent on U.S. energy exports, that's okay with me. Like I said, there are things that we can horse trade with China on. There are even exports that China can do in the United States that don't necessarily affect the strategic balance of power, that don't affect American security or American prosperity. We're willing to buy more sort of textile exports from China. What we don't necessarily want is Chinese strategic investments in the U.S. Something that makes me nervous is Chinese electric vehicle exports. I think, you know, those are so heavily subsidized by the Chinese state that they risk really eviscerating the American car industry if we were to let them in en masse. So the key really when negotiating with China is to know what we can horse trade on, what is on the table, and what needs to be off the table from the start. So far, so good.
Another key, though, Jeff, and we'll leave it here after this, will China, at the end of these negotiations, at the end of the summit, actually stick to what they agreed to? Because recent history, past history, dictates that they do not typically do that. Oftentimes, a week after a summit like this, they'll renege. So what do you think?
I think you're right about that, and I think that's part of the reason we're having this summit to begin with. One of the ways we've framed this engagement is as kind of a compliance checkpoint after Busan. So President Trump, President Xi met in South Korea last October. We saw this as a way to sort of check in 6 months later and see, are the Chinese upholding their commitments? I mean, part of the reason that China hawks get nervous around the time of these summits is that historically the Chinese diplomats have frankly outplayed their American counterparts. To victim, we have sort of fallen trapped to this engagement construct that China likes to create, and China has not fallen through on its commitments. And I think President Trump is to have these checkpoints every few months and say, look, if China, if you're not meeting your commitments, we're going to scale up sanctions or export controls or tariffs, and we need to hold to that.
Yeah, it's a great reminder. This conversation clearly went well, and that's great on the surface, but you always do have to remember that she is playing the long game to overthrow the United States as the leading superpower. So there is also
the big nugget there. Yeah.
The big nugget there. All right, Jeff Smith, director of the Heritage Foundation's Asian Studies Center, we thank you so much for joining us.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Iran has reportedly made a new offer to the United States. Here it is. Iran will allow a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz if President Trump puts nuclear negotiations on hold. Well, that would be a huge bonus for them. That may be a non-starter, as President Trump's top priority is eliminating any possibility of a nuclear-armed Iran. He scrapped a second round of peace talks in
Firefly's desktop app takes notes while you focus on the conversation. No bots joining your call. AI.
Here's Senator Alyssa Slotkin on CNBC's Squawk Box yesterday, claiming that President Trump is going begging to China because we're losing the Iran war.
But at this point, we're going in a little bit on our heels because the Strait of Hormuz, the Persian Gulf, isn't open. And now, you know, I'm hearing a lot of things around Washington. The president is going to have to ask the Chinese for their help resolving what's going on with Iran. That doesn't put us in a strong position. That means we need something from them, and they're going to extract more things from us. So I think, obviously, the Chinese are hurting as well. The whole world is hurting. The whole global economy is hurting because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And I think it's just unfortunate that on the board, the things we need to negotiate with the Chinese, we're now creating a dependency on them that otherwise wouldn't be there if it weren't for the war in Iran.
Say what, Miss Expert on everything? China is dependent on Iran for oil and gas. The Strait of Hormuz being closed is hurting a Chinese economy that was already weak. Meanwhile, because of Trump, our economy is roaring and we're drowning in surplus oil and gas that the world is lining up to buy. That's called leverage in real-world power politics. Slotkin spent the weekend in Toronto with Mark Carney, Barack Obama, the people from the Center for American Progress who populated Obama's administration, and, of course, Alex Soros. They were desperately planning their next moves in the hopes of saving themselves. They've never understood that physical economic growth determines whether a nation survives or not. That's not the only problem. As President Trump said in his State of the Union, they're also deeply crazy, despite their manufactured public faces.
But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about that? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy. I'm telling you, they're crazy. Amazing, gentlemen. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
I'm Barbara Boyd, and I've watched and documented the slow motion collapse of our country beginning in 1971. That's when Wall Street and London bankers started the deliberate destruction of our economy. At the same time, they insisted we surrender our sovereignty to the global rules-based order Carney and Obama are trying desperately to save. Today, we'll first check in on Mark Carney's losers. Then we'll tour the American economic boom. Finally, we'll look at a possible U.S.-China breakthrough that could power a renaissance for all of humanity. But first, hit that like button and share this video. It increases our reach on YouTube. Now, Susan Kokinda told you on Monday about Mark Carney's meeting in Canada with Barack Obama and the people who ran his administration. It was a desperate summit trying to figure out how to recapture the American working class, the people who see Donald Trump as their last defense against the likes of Obama, Slotkin, and Carney's central bankers. Carney's idea is to have Canada and the UK join the EU and collaborate against US, China, and Russia. But the UK population is in revolt and is ousting their man there, Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer, Tony Blair's heir, Obama's protege, the safe pair of hands the rules-based order needed in London, just got smashed in last Thursday's local elections. He's vowed to soldier on in what he calls a 10-year project. But the UK population wants none of it. Here's a meme summing up the situation. Now, the way Carney's crowd thinks Europe can revive its collapsing economy is through defense spending. And that depends on the Ukraine war continuing. But there's huge problems there, too. On Monday, Ukraine's National Anti-Corruption Bureau named Andrei Yermak, Zelensky's former chief of staff and lead negotiator with the United States, as a suspect in a $10.5 million money laundering scheme. And that's just the beginning of the probe. Also on Monday, Zelensky's former press secretary, Ilya Mendel, went on Tucker Carlson and painted Zelensky as a power-hungry fanatic. Alex Craner, who tracked Ukraine for years and has personal contacts there, has a terrific summary on his Substack. He thinks the country is headed into civil war. And Senator Slotkin, the pretend know-it-all who went from Toronto straight to CNBC to diss the president ahead of his China trip, is the credentialed product of the war establishment that built every disaster of the last quarter century.
Websites your competitors don't want you to know, part 2. All you do is go to this website, and it lets you find out exactly how much your competitors are making by showing you how much traffic they're getting, where the traffic's coming from, and even which social.
Mentored by John Negroponte, Steve Hadley, and Lieutenant General Doug Luty under Bush, she helped sell the Iraq War. And those were the key players. Then she went to the Pentagon working with the Michelle Flourney network that got climate change declared a major national security threat. John Brennan on MSNBC Monday gave us a window into what Obama was telling those people in that secret closed session in Toronto. Brennan, facing indictment in Florida, spilled the beans as follows.
I think, as Liz mentioned, there's still a legion of professionals in the law enforcement environment, the Department of Justice, as well as the CIA and other places, the ones who are refusing to follow politically motivated prosecutions, those who are refusing to support any type of political activities on the part of the Trump administration that are inconsistent with the authorities, the responsibilities of the intelligence community, law enforcement community, and Department of Justice.
That's what they have left, a bureaucratic insurgency. Meanwhile, the actual American economy is roaring despite all the expert prophets of doom. Now, if you're hearing for the first time who our real enemies are, you need to be signing up for our free newsletter at PrometheanAction.com. The link is in the description. Here's what's really happening with the American economy under Trump, despite the temporary inflation caused by those supporting Iran and prolonging the war by their support. On Tuesday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth went up to Capitol Hill and testified back-to-back before the House and Senate Appropriations Committees on President Trump's $1.5 trillion defense budget proposal. He said the Pentagon was leading the economic revival by rebuilding the entire manufacturing base necessary to defend the country.
The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states and 180 cities in 150 companies, not just the big primes, worth more than $50 billion. This has resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities and more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, 70,000 new jobs. These $50 billion in investments in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By completely transforming our department's business model, American companies, private companies, are investing in their own factories with their own money. A historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This has not been done before and is long overdue. It's from a bureaucratic model to a business model. These investments equal great things for American families and American workers and help ensure that we can defend the American dream, all American made. Together with the help of this Congress, we're turning the lights back on the arsenal of freedom.
That's the defense industrial base. Now let's take a look at trade. On Monday, U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer testified before the House Ways and Means Committee. The numbers he laid out are the answer to why American workers support the president and why the economy is roaring. Greer reported that since President Trump's reciprocal trade program kicked in on April 2nd, 2025, Liberation Day, through February of this year, the U.S. goods trade deficit has fallen by 24% compared to the same period a year ago. Under Biden, the goods trade deficit was growing 8% per year on average. Under Trump, it's not just slowed, it's reversed.
What we have are production lines moving back from Mexico, back from Canada to the United States. You know, Stellantis, who makes Jeep and Dodge, they have a $13 billion investment in the U.S. Toyota, who makes in America a $10 billion investment. So we are seeing these critical supply chains, these critical industries that bring an ecosystem of manufacturing with them. They're all coming back. And if you look at January, February, and March of this year, U.S. exports were over $300 billion in each month. Those are the highest figures in 250 years of American history, each month beating the record of the previous one. This doesn't happen organically. This is something that comes from all the deals that President Trump has been striking.
So while Connie's people are in Toronto trying to organize Canada, the UK, and the EU into an axis against the United States, China, and Russia, the United States is producing more steel than Japan, exporting at record levels, rebuilding its manufacturing base with private capital, and unwinding 25 years of dependence on China in a single year. This is what President Trump is bringing to Beijing, and President Xi is smart enough to see it. Now, President Putin is coming to China and will meet with President Xi right after President Trump leaves. Most are missing the possible significance. Together, these three countries have the scientific and economic potential to launch a new human renaissance.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to.
That's what I believe President Trump sees and what he's angling for. That's why Carney is so freaked out. Look at the scale of what's possible. In space, China is targeting a crewed moon landing before 2030. Trump's Artemis program will have us back on the moon by 2027 and starting to build a human colony there. SpaceX gives the United States the most advanced reusable launch system on the planet. Russia is, of course, the other main spacefaring nation. In fusion power, on January 20th, 2025, China's experimental advanced superconducting tokamak, the artificial sun, as they call it, sustained plasma at over 100 million degrees Celsius for 1,066 seconds. The U.S. has achieved breakthroughs in laser fusion and compact fusion systems on a similar scale and is aiming for rapid commercialization under Trump. In nuclear fission, In April 2025, Chinese scientists successfully refueled a working thorium molten salt reactor in the Gobi Desert while it was still running, a world first. The reactor's chief scientist, Yu Hongji, publicly credited declassified American research from Oak Ridge National Laboratory in the 1960s that the United States walked away from. Quote, the U.S. left its research publicly available, waiting for the right successor. Under Executive Order 14302, reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base, President Trump directed the start of construction of 10 new large reactors by 2030 and quadrupling U.S. nuclear capacity by 2050. All of these frontiers have enormous military and economic spin-offs. The country that masters them controls the planet. Joint cooperative agreements in these areas could change every economic and cultural relationship on this planet. That's how we've seen President Trump think. That may be the biggest surprise for Carney's losers coming out of the month of May. Now, there's a lot more happening, but the potential of this China trip dwarfs it all. J.D. Vance will make new announcements on the Democrats' fraud industry today. A whistleblower will testify about the COVID cover-up to Rand Paul in the Senate, and the deep state prosecutions are piling up. But winning the midterms means conveying how this president is reordering the world for the better by making America the premier power on the planet. Not in fancy words or highfalutin empty rhetoric like the Carneys and Obamas, but by building things for the good of our people and our future. We have the urgent task here of educating people about Trump's economic system, the American system, and its deep roots in our history starting 250 years ago with Hamilton. It means showing them the joy of having a mission in life and leaving a better world for our children, even before the president's economic policies are fully realized. That's the only way to win the midterms. That's what we're doing here at Promethean Actions. Join us by becoming a subscriber or contributor. Your contribution today helps us grow and expand while you learn and hopefully get active. Thanks very much for listening.
Please take a moment and subscribe to our free newsletter at PrometheanAction.com.
What makes a daddy? Maybe it's just being the very best at what you do. Daddy. And GoDaddy?
All right, we're going to begin with China, where moments ago President Trump gave a toast at a state banquet in his honor in Beijing. He called the Chinese leader a friend and invited him to the U.S. in September. This is a crucial summit for both countries with a lot on the line. While President Trump says the talks went, quote, great, President Xi had a blunt warning for the U.S. over Taiwan. CBS Evening News anchor Tony Dokoupil begins our coverage from Taiwan's capital. Tony, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Adriana, and good morning from Liberty Square here in Taipei. And liberty is really what the people here of Taiwan hope to hold on to. They're worried that China won't allow them to do that. And what they're wondering today is whether the U.S. is going to roll in all of this. President Trump, as you mentioned, is at that banquet right now with Xi Jinping in Beijing after meeting earlier as well with the president of China. As we've come to understand it, the food is being served over there, but the worst fear of the people of Taiwan is that they're, in fact, on the menu. And here's why. After the communists won China's civil war in 1949, the defeated leader and his followers fled to the island about 100 miles off the coast of mainland China. And since then, it's become a thriving, self-governing democracy. China, though, wants it back, and it hopes that President Trump will help or at least not defend it if war breaks out. And today, President Xi of China put it bluntly, calling this issue of Taiwan the most important one between his country and ours. And according to Chinese state media, he had a warning for President Trump that, quote, clashes and even conflicts could result if the issue isn't, quote, handled properly. We have a team of correspondents on this major story, and we're going to begin with Weijia Zhang, who is the Strait in Beijing for us. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning. This is President Trump's first time back in Beijing in nearly a decade, and China set the stage for his day-and-a-half visit with Chinese President Xi Jinping with an elaborate and precisely choreographed welcome ceremony before the two leaders had those intense talks that lasted for just over 2 hours. Chinese President Xi Jinping walked down the steps of Beijing's Great Hall of the People, waiting for the arrival of his guest, President Donald Trump. The world's two most powerful leaders shared a long handshake and took a lap along the red carpet. Trump was met with cheers from children waving American flags before they headed inside.
We should be partners, not rivals.
There, they stressed the importance of cooperation.
It's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before.
The White House says both presidents agreed on the need for China to buy more U.S. agricultural products. Overnight, China approved export licenses for more than 400 American beef processing plants, according to customs data. For Xi, Taiwan is top of mind. China wants reunification. And for the U.S. to stop selling arms to the self-governing island. Chinese state media says Xi raised the issue today. War differences could bring the U.S. and China into, quote, conflict. But Trump declined to say whether it was discussed.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
And the White House did not mention Taiwan in the formal summary of their meeting. It did include the war in Iran, saying Xi agreed with Trump that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open and that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation.
Those conversations will continue tomorrow over a working lunch and tea ceremony. President Trump is not likely to leave China with any major announcements or agreements on those thorny foreign policy issues, although he has invited Xi to visit the U.S. in late September.
And we'll be covering it. Weijia, thank you very much.
Now, there was plenty of fanfare in Beijing today for Donald Trump's first visit there in 9 years. He was holding closed-door talks with China's Xi Jinping. Ahead of the meeting, Xi warned of turbulent times in the world.
Currently, transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe, and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. The world has come to a new crossroads. Our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other. And a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world.
As for Donald Trump, he was full of praise for China's president.
Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
Let's go to Tokyo then and catch up with Australia's longest-serving Foreign Minister, Alexander Downer. Thanks for joining us again, Alexander. I found those comments from Xi Jinping very interesting, pointing out that they have America and China have more shared interests than they do differences. I think it's probably a statement of the obvious, but it's a very conciliatory tone to start the meeting, isn't it?
Yes, I think the meeting, insofar as we know the details of what happened at the meeting went extremely well. I mean, obviously, above all in the world, the relationship between the United States and China is the most important bilateral relationship. As President Trump puts it, we're both superpowers. They do need to work together as best possible. And it's encouraging. People should be very positive about the constructive remarks, but that both President Trump and President Xi Jinping made about each other and each other's countries.
Yeah, I read some reporting this afternoon that suggested Xi Jinping was banging the table and speaking robustly about Taiwan. But when I read the detail of that, he seemed to be just restating the position, and that is that any support of independence, so-called, for Taiwan would be a red line.
Yes, and I did the same thing. I read through exactly what he said. And I came to the same conclusion. It was pretty much standard rhetoric from China on Taiwan, the rhetoric we had even during the time I was the foreign minister. So I don't see anything special about that. So what's going to be important to us isn't just that China and the United States are doing some sort of trade deals, you know, buying soya beans and Boeing 737s or whatever it is, but that they can collaborate in terms of the conflicts in other parts of the world. And if China can use a bit of its authority and influence over Iran and Russia and try to get those two regimes to see common sense and end their conflicts that they've been so deeply involved in, then China will play a useful role. And obviously President Trump will be to get them to play such a role.
Yeah, obviously there'll be a big focus on the Strait of Hormuz, and China gets a lot of oil usually through those straits. It has other sources, also has a lot of storage. To what degree at the moment is that Iran conflict creating economic difficulties for China?
Well, there are two things to say about it. One is that it has a potential for becoming a huge problem for China. But as you quite rightly say, they have 6 to 9 oil reserves, so they have very substantial reserves. But 90% of Iran's oil goes to China. And by the way, about 75% of Venezuela's oil has been going to China, and the United States now has that under its control. So China will be worried about that. But the second thing that people haven't focused on
China. This happened about 30 minutes. So Trump is in China. This happened about 30 minutes ago, an hour south of us. So Trump came in last night, and this morning he met with President Xi at the Great Hall of the People. And let's just have a quick look. This is him getting out of his limousine. This was brought in from the United States by a military transport. He brought his entire cabinet, including Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, as well as Peter Hegseth, who is the Secretary of War. Okay. The last time an American president visited was 9 years ago, November 2017. So this is a very historical meeting. And as you may remember, after Trump visited Beijing, they started the trade war. And we've been in a trade war ever since. I think that this meeting is very optimistic for U.S.-China relations. Now, a lot has to do with who came with Trump. So this is from Weibo, the Chinese Twitter. And what Chinese are focusing on is who came with Trump. So many of his family members came with Trump, including his son, Eric, his daughter-in-law, Lara. And they were excited about coming to China. Team China, guys. Okay. Much more important is the number of business executives who came with Trump. So you have Elon Musk of Tesla, and of course he does a lot of business in China. Tim Cook of Apple also does a lot of business in China. Boeing is trying to secure a $50 billion sale to Chinese airlines. And so these are our three very important business people. And then you have some of the leading financial people in America, including Larry Fink of BlackRock, Steven Schwarzman of Blackstone, David Solomon of Goldman Sachs. You have Citigroup, you have MasterCard, and Visa. Okay? And these are the leading financial companies in America. And altogether, these business executives, if you put all the company's net worth together, their companies are worth over $12 trillion. That's a lot of money. And these are very busy people. And quite honestly, I've worked in business negotiations. You do not bring these people together in one room unless you have a mega deal to announce to the world. Okay? So my prediction is that by tomorrow, we should have the broad contours of a US-China grand bargain where the two nations reconcile their differences and they start a new chapter in world history where they work together to stabilize the global economy. So what I want to do today is discuss how we got here, why a grand bargain will happen, and what this grand bargain will look like. Okay? All right. So let's discuss some of the events that led to this meeting between Xi and Trump. This is David Lee from Twitter, okay? And he's talking about like the past month, what happened. So the first thing that happened is that China blocked Manus. Manus is an AI company that Mark Zuckerberg tried to buy. And Manus was incubated in China. And if you're an AI company, you become very successful, you want to go to the United States because that's where all the money is, that's where all the talent is. That's how you become really, really big. But because it was incubated in China, China decided, no, you can't go to the United States because this would set a bad precedent. China is trying to grow its own talent. So this shows the AI war being fought between China and the United States. Okay, so that's one thing that happened. Another thing that happened is that the US imposed sanctions on Chinese companies that do business with Iran, including satellite companies that sell commercial intelligence to Iran on where US bases are, teapot refineries, which take Iranian oil and convert it into energy that China can use. Okay? And in response, China said, no, you cannot impose sanctions on us. If you impose sanctions on us, and if people comply with these sanctions, then we, the Chinese government, will sanction these people as well. Okay, and this is something called the blocking order. And this also seems like an escalation in the US-China trade war, where previously Chinese institutions, banks, individuals complied with US sanctions. And this is the first time the Chinese government said to Chinese people, if you're a Chinese citizen and you comply with US sanctions, then we will sanction you. Okay, so this is a very big deal. NVIDIA was not able to sell chips into China. And this is going to affect NVIDIA's bottom line. Okay, NVIDIA is right now the world's most valuable company, primarily because AI depends on their chips. Okay? China invited Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi to Beijing because China is very interested in the outcome of this war between the United States and Iran. Right now, Iran is blocking the Strait of Hormuz, and China depends on 50 to 60% of its energy needs from the Middle East. Okay? Jiazhen Huang was not on the China list. Okay? So before Trump took off, it was announced that Jiazhen Huang, who is the head of NVIDIA, would not come to China. And this is a very big deal because in this grand bargain, what China would want is access to NVIDIA chips, semiconductors, in order to fuel its AI, okay? The United States and 6 other nations had a war game in the Philippines, and China sent 28 warships, okay? Trump sent Iran an MOU. Iran made modifications, and Trump said no, okay? So it seems like the war will only increase in the Middle East. After Iran had responded, China announced Trump's state of visit. And then yesterday and the day before, He Lifeng, who is a vice premier in China, and Scott Bessent, who's a Treasury Secretary, met in South Korea to try to negotiate a deal, okay? And then what's going to happen is that Putin will visit China after Trump leaves. So if you just look at what's happening, it seems as though there's still a lot of friction between the United States and China. What I want to show you today is that all of this, you can just ignore, okay? This is all that's happening right now. But if we use game theory, if we just look at the broad contours of what's happening, we would make much better predictions as to what will happen, okay? So all this, I think, is just theater. All right? China and the United States are not actually fighting an AI war. It's all theater. They're actually working together to promote AI. These sanctions are happening, but eventually the US and China will come to a grand bargain and they will become much more economically integrated. And Iran, China doesn't really care about Iran. Okay? China cares first and foremost about the relationship with the United States. And one piece of evidence for that is that when Foreign Minister Araghchi went to Moscow, Putin met with him for 90 minutes. And Putin expressed his sympathy and support to the Iranian people. When Araghchi came to Beijing, he only met with his counterpart, the Foreign Minister Wang Yi. Okay? All right. Another important thing is that Scott Bessent is the one who is leading the U.S. team in China. Scott Bessent is the Treasury Secretary. This goes against protocol because it's usually the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and the National Security Advisor, who also happens to be Marco Rubio. This team is the one that sets the agenda for the U.S.-China visit. Because it's Scott Bessent, we can probably guess that this is probably going to be an economic negotiation. And the focus will be on finance. Basically, what America wants is for China to open up its financial sector for companies like BlackRock and Blackstone to come in to sell financial instruments to Chinese people, okay? That's what America wants. And we'll talk about more about this as we go along. All right, let's continue. Okay, so in the geopolitical landscape, it seems as though America is trying to contain China. So this is Tehran, and this is what China's trying to do. China's trying to build a high-speed rail network from Beijing all the way across Central Asia and into Europe, okay? This is a land route that Beijing wants to take in order to maintain trade with Europe. As you can tell from this map, Tehran is the pivot or the hub of this trade network, okay? Without Tehran, Beijing could not access Europe. And then Moscow also sees Tehran as very important as well for its north-south trade axis. Without Tehran, Beijing is completely reliant on Russia. Beijing does not want to become reliant on Russia. Beijing sees itself as the third axis of power in the world. All right, you have the United States, you have Russia, and then you have China. From a geopolitical perspective, China doesn't want to become partners with either the United States or Russia. It wants to become independent. It wants to create its own sphere of influence. Okay, and that's why Iran is very, very important. So a lot of geopolitical analysts believe that Beijing is forced to support Iran in this war. And what I want to show you is that's not actually the case. All right? China may want to become independent of the United States and Russia, but it cannot actually. All right. Now, there's a rumor a couple of days ago that one deal that Trump and Xi will sign in Beijing is Xi Jinping will commit $1 trillion investment into America, primarily factories that manufacture EV cars. This is a huge deal, okay? And Laura Ingraham, who works at Fox News, she thinks it's a bad thing. She thinks that this is about China coming in and trying to buy out the United States. As I'll show you later, this is retarded. Okay, I think this deal will happen, but this is a deal that shows that China is ultimately dependent on America as opposed to China wants to take over America. Okay? All right. So, how can we understand the Trump visit? Well, again, in this class, what I want to show you is that historical analogies is a really powerful way to understand the present. So, the Trump visit today is analogous to Nixon's visit in 1972. Okay? So you don't know this, but before 1972, America was hostile towards China, primarily because of Taiwan, where during the Chinese Civil War, the Americans were very supportive of Chiang Kai-shek and the KMT. They lost, they went to Taiwan. And when that happened, America said that, first of all, we will only recognize Taiwan as the official government of China. Second of all, we will refuse to do any business with the PRC. And third of all, we will help Taiwan eventually try to take over China. 1972, when Nixon visited, this marked a radical departure from 20 years of American foreign policy. Okay? And the question then is, why would he do that? And the answer is, in 1971, the Nixon shock. So if you talk to historians, they'll give you lots and lots of different reasons as to why Nixon visited China. The main reason, from their perspective, is that Henry Kissinger, who was National Security Advisor to Richard Nixon, he was trying to triangulate between China and the Soviet Union, right? He was trying to get China on the side of the United States in order to defeat the Soviet Union. That's not true. That's something that historians made up. The real reason is that in 1971, Nixon removed the US dollar from the gold standard. And now the US dollar is worth nothing. Before you could take the US dollar and change it for gold, now it's worth nothing. If it's worth nothing, what you do now is create a demand for it. You basically have to create a Ponzi scheme. And so, Nixon did two things to resolve this issue and create the US dollar Ponzi scheme. The first thing he did was create something called a petrodollar. Okay? The petrodollar is where Saudi Arabia and other Middle East countries like Qatar, UAE, they only sell their oil in US dollars. So now, before the value of US dollars was tied to gold, the gold standard, now the value of US dollars is tied to oil. Okay? If you want to buy oil and everyone wants to buy oil, you need US dollars. And there's something called a petrodollar. Okay, that's the first thing. Second thing, which is relevant to us, is China. Okay? Opening. The strategy is to turn China into a manufacturing base for the global economy, right? So the Middle East sells oil to the world, but China now will sell manufactured goods to the world, and China will also do so using US dollars. And these two things together create the current global economy. All right? Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to explain to you why America did this, okay? It's called the Shanghai Communique. This is published in 1972. And this basically spells out the basic premise, framework for all future US-China cooperation and dialogue. And the Shanghai framework basically resolves the Taiwan question. And with regard to the Taiwan question, America practices something called strategic ambiguity. Meaning, the United States is clear about the issue of Taiwan with regard to China. So what the United States has been saying for a long time is, we do not support Taiwan independence. Okay, that's strategic ambiguity. China would prefer the United States to say, we oppose Taiwan independence, in which case the United States is obligated now to prevent Taiwan from becoming independent. Okay, that's what China would prefer, but the United States practices strategic ambiguity, saying we do not support. I would not be surprised if over the next few months Trump radically changes this attitude and declares that the United States is opposed to Taiwan independence. In fact, the United States supports the unification of China and Taiwan. Okay? This will be a radical sea shift from previous administrations. And I'll explain why later on why Trump would do this, and also why it's actually very strategic and smart for the United States to want to support Taiwan and China reunification. Okay? All right. So let me explain now what the China-US relationship really is using the theories that we've learned in this class. Okay? This is something that you will never learn, that you will not learn anywhere else. And this is speculation on my part. Please take it with a grain of salt. Please question me. Please debate me, okay? But this is my theory of how the US and China work together. And once you understand this theory, you can then go on to make certain predictions about how the United States and China will behave moving forward. And based on whether these predictions are correct or not, you can then figure out if this theory is correct or not, okay? All right. So the first thing to understand, and something that I've been teaching a lot in this class, is that reality is a hallucination. It is something that we collectively imagine together. And again, the analogy, the metaphor I use is Plato's allegory of the cave, where you imagine about 1 million people chained together, and they're all looking at a wall, okay? This wall is empty. Behind the wall, behind the people, is this great fire, where the elite, okay, we don't know who they are, okay? But they project shadows onto the wall. And then the people who are chained don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They only see what's in front of them, which is the wall. They see these shadows, and they start to create a reality around these shadows. They think these shadows are real, and they think, and they create mythology, religion, an entire framework around these shadows. Okay, and this is what we call reality. All right, so the main message here is that true wealth is our attention. Okay? Our consciousness is what's true wealth. In fact, our consciousness is what's real. Everything else is just an illusion. Everything else is a shadow. Your body is a shadow. Okay? The person in front of you is a shadow. This blackboard is a shadow. What's real is the thing inside your head. Your consciousness is what's real. Now what power is the capacity to direct and control this attention. Okay? How I exert power over you is by making you think the way I want you to think. By making you see what I want you to see. Okay? So I can make you see these shadows and make you think it's real, and that's what true power is. And this idea, once you understand it, explains the reality that we live in. Okay? So I'm going to take this idea and apply it to reality and show you how it works. So, at the very basis of reality is the empire. Okay? It is the American empire that's able to force you to sit down and look at the wall. Then the people manipulating the fire, casting the shadows, are the game masters. And these are the financial elite, okay? Including the Bank of International Settlements, the Federal Reserve, Wall Street, City of London. Basically, private capital. Okay? They together create the conditions for this game. They're able to direct our attention. Okay? And the mechanism they do this with is, of course, with capital. Okay? Or US dollars. And then the game to create something called the global economy, of course, right? The global economy. But in order for this game to work, the game masters have to disguise the fact that they're really in charge. So they create institutions that pretend to be objective, international, and impartial and fair, but are in fact controlled by the game masters. These are include, of course, the UN, the WTO, the EU, the World Bank, okay? Lots and lots of these organizations. And then, in order to justify and legitimize this system, in order to make you think these shadows are real, media, education, and culture brainwash you, indoctrinate you into believing this system is real, when it's all just a hallucination, okay? And then from this, of course, you have the legal system to enforce the system, as well as customs and habits, values, and norms. Okay, so this is an enforcement mechanism to force you to believe that the system is real. Okay? Media, education, culture brainwashes you to believe the system is real, and then you yourself want to enforce the system on others through customs and norms. Okay? Now, this is a very fragile system because it's all just a hallucination. So there are enforcement mechanisms, okay, that make sure this system is stable. And these enforcement mechanisms are crime, intelligence, spies basically, spy networks, and science. Okay? And these three mechanisms are controlled by the true powers of this world. And they include transnational capital, basically private capital, secret societies, and elite families. And what binds them together, they're basically software. The operating system is what we call the occult. Okay? And we'll study more about the occult later on. All right. Okay, so this is how the world is designed. Again, this is all a hallucination. One thing that you don't appreciate of the system is that from this hallucination, I can actually project myself onto another force and create another hallucination. Okay? And that's what Richard Nixon did. From this system, in order to maintain the empire, in order to maintain the supremacy of the US dollar, okay, he created two new hallucinations. And they are the GCC and China. Okay? GCC, and China. Right? So what underpinned this system before was gold. The fact that US dollar could always be exchanged for gold. Once that's gone, then you need to create two new hallucinations in order to disguise the hallucination, okay? So what happened was that over the next few decades, this system will transport itself and impose itself on the GCC and China. Okay? This system here. It will impose itself into the GCC as well as China. In other words, and this is really important for you guys to understand, China is a hallucination of a hallucination. It's not real. Okay, I'll explain more about this later on, okay? All right. So, once this hallucination is imposed onto the GCC and China, this creates demand for the US dollar. Okay, and this creates certain stability for the US dollar. And it made China very, very wealthy. Okay? But it's all just an illusion. It's all just a mirage. There's certain problems with this system. First of all, China doesn't have any creativity. Okay? Why? Because if you're a hallucination of a hallucination, there's nothing for you to base yourself on. Okay? You're a shadow of a shadow. That's the first problem. Second problem is wealth extraction. Okay? The idea here is that whatever wealth China creates has to return to the source. Because the people inside China appreciate that the renminbi, its entire value is based on the US dollar. So would you rather have renminbi or US dollar? Of course you want US dollar. Okay? And the third problem is the fragility of this system. Okay? Meaning that if this system, the hallucination is unstable, then China is even more unstable because it's a hallucination of a hallucination. Okay, do you understand? Okay, so once we understand this, then we begin to reassess what happened these past 10 years. Why do the United States and China fight this trade war? The reason why is that China believed that it could be independent of this hallucination. In fact, it could create its own hallucination. And the United States says, no, 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 guys. No, no, no. So then they started to fight this trade war. And once this trade war happened, what happened? A lot of money and people start to flee China and move back to the United States. Okay? And now what China has recognized is, okay, first of all, we can't actually leave this hallucination because if this hallucination were to collapse, we collapse as well. So one thing we can do is actually to recouple, okay? To bind ourselves even greater to the system. Another way of saying this is that the global economy is under a lot of strain. There are two main beneficiaries of the global economy, the United States and China. So both are heavily invested in maintaining the illusion, the hallucination that is the global economy. Okay? And to appreciate how fragile all this is, think of the UAE. Okay? The UAE. The UAE, seen as though it was a very prosperous place, right? It had universities from America, like Georgetown, Cornell. It had people, the wealthiest people, flocking to Dubai. It seemed invincible. But the moment you attack the UAE, like Iran just lobs a missile at UAE, the illusion shatters. And now the UAE is gone. You understand? That's how precarious these hallucinations are. One hit at the right spot, the entire illusion is shattered. You can never bring it back. Okay? And so that's what China is afraid of now. So that's why China and the United States have to work together, because what's important is to maintain the nature of reality itself. The worst thing that can happen is if people wake up from this dream. Because if people wake up from this dream, everything collapses all at once. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Any questions so far? Are we clear about this? Okay. All right. So now that we have this theory, let's talk about this idea concretely. Okay? All right. So the United States used to be the world's most powerful manufacturing country. Okay? So before it was the UK, then you have the United States. Okay? And the United States is in the blue. Right? And then China surpassed it. This is intentional. Okay? The intention is to use manufacturing to extract the wealth of China and transfer it to America. Okay, so now China is the world's most powerful manufacturing country, okay? And this is a map that shows it better. Okay, where China is now number 1, United States has moved on to number 2, Japan and Germany are pretty flat. This is intentional. The intention is to bind China to the global economy, to become dependent on the global economy, and therefore save the global economy when it's under strain. Okay, one major consequence of this, of China's rise is the trade deficit between America and China. Okay? Unfortunately, this trade deficit is a natural consequence of China's manufacturing ascent. Okay? Why? Because the purpose is to force China to buy more US dollars. Okay? In order to support the Ponzi scheme. So this is a system that benefits the Americans. When Trump came into power in 2016, he said, no. It shows that China is taking advantage of us. And Trump doesn't really appreciate that. No, it was designed this way. You need to create demand for US dollars. And if China is buying a lot of US dollars, that's a good thing, right? China's trading real assets, the energy of its people, for fake assets, which is just US dollars. Okay? So it's a great deal for America, but Trump said, no, this is a bad deal. And this was what led to the trade war. Okay, so what led to the trade war is the WTO. So in 1999, China negotiated to join the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And this is what's going to make China rich and the largest manufacturing power in the world. But in order to join WTO, China had to agree to a lot of conditions. The two most important conditions was protect IP, okay? You have to protect other nations' intellectual property, and you have to enforce it. And the other thing was open the financial sector. The goal is USD renminbi convertibility, okay? So these are the two things America wanted from China. First of all, to ensure that all US IP would be protected in China rigorously. Second thing is to allow any Chinese to convert their money into US dollars. As you can appreciate, these two demands are actually bad for China. Okay? So China was not very stringent about protecting IP. This is what led to the rise of Huawei. Basically, Huawei can take Apple IP and make these great computers. So in the year 2016, when Trump first came into power, Huawei computers were actually better than Apple computers because Huawei was constantly innovating and they were trying to make their computers as cheap as possible, whereas Apple was essentially a monopoly. Okay? And this led to the United States imposing trade sanctions on Huawei because it was too competitive against Apple. The second problem is even worse, because if you think about it, if you just open up your financial sector, all the money in China runs off the United States, because Chinese appreciate that we are a hallucination of a hallucination. US dollars is more valuable. The renminbi is based on US dollars, so wouldn't it make more sense to just convert all your renminbi into US dollars? But then this would, of course, cause the collapse of the Chinese economy, right? So the Chinese government would refuse to open the financial sector, and that's what started the trade war in 2016. Oh, sorry, not 2016, in 2018, okay? 2018 is when the war actually started, up to today. So for the last 8 years, this war has been going on because America is trying to protect its IP and because America wants to open up its financial sector. The reason why Trump has come to China, the reason why he's brought so many executives is because China has essentially agreed to open up its financial sector, okay? I'll discuss this later on. But you have to appreciate how this war started and why it's going to end. All right. Now, the thing about this war is that for the past 8 years, China and the United States have been attacking each other. There are two that the EV industry, the solar industry, the semiconductor industry are heavily dependent on. Okay? That's the first attack vector. Second attack vector is China appreciates that China's value to the global economy is that it purchases a lot of US dollars. So then China started to buy more gold. Okay? So you can see how the US treasuries went down, but then gold went way up. Okay? And so this is the way that China is trying to exert pressure on the United States. The problem is that China is much more vulnerable to attack than the United States. Okay? The United States is a hallucination, but China is a hallucination of a hallucination. The first thing to appreciate is that China's energy dependence is huge. China uses twice as much energy as America for its manufacturing sector in order to create exports. Therefore, China is vulnerable to embargoes and sanctions, okay? And so what America is doing right now with this war in the Middle East by kidnapping Maduro in Venezuela, it's basically choking China off from its energy supply, okay? That's one problem. Second problem is that China is very export orientated, okay? So the entire economy is just basically on exporting manufactured goods cheaply to the rest of the world. And you can tell because most of the world's busiest ports are actually based in China, okay? The business is Shanghai, followed by Singapore, Ningbo, Shenzhen, Qingdao, Guangzhou. Okay, so 5 of the world's top 6 export hubs are based in China. That shows you China's dependence on exports. But if America is controlling the seas and controlling strategic choke points like the Strait of Malacca and the Strait of Hormuz and Strait of Gibraltar, Panama Canal, this creates a huge problem for China. Okay? And the third thing is how much resources China uses. China, in only 3 years' time, okay, from 2011 to 2013, used more cement than America did in 100 years. That's crazy to think about. All right? So this shows you how dependent China is on the global economy. It also shows you how dependent China is on the USD. Okay? Because it's only because the renminbi can be exchanged for the USD that allows China to purchase so many resources from abroad. All right. The reality is that China is too dependent on America. This is something that Chinese policymakers have been trying to change for the past 10 years. It doesn't work because what Chinese policymakers don't understand is that you're in a hallucination of a hallucination. Okay? You only exist because America created you. All right, so this is consumer confidence. You can see, so 2018 is when the trade war started, okay? And at this time, people are still okay. They're still bearing the brunt of it. But then COVID happened, right? And then you saw this massive drop. And it never really recovered, guys. All right? It never really recovered. Consumer confidence. People don't believe the economy is doing well. People are not willing to buy things. People aren't working. People are losing income. All right? The economy is not doing well. At the same time, this is really interesting, more and more Chinese students are choosing to study abroad, even as the economy is failing. Even as though there are less and less opportunities to do well in China, more and more Chinese are going to America to study. And guess what? The very best are not coming back, okay? There's a gap of about 1 million students who stay in the West, and these are often the very best students, right? So I hate to say this, but if you're hallucination, you're anxious. You want to go back to the source, right? So you know the renminbi is based on US dollars. If you can change the renminbi for US dollars, you will do so. If you can flee the country, immigrate abroad, you will do so. All right, this is a pretty stark data, okay? So this shows you the current account balance. Current account just basically means how much Chinese have in the bank due to trade. This is the trade account, okay? How much Chinese actually traded. The blue tracks the current account, okay? How much Chinese have in the bank because of the trade. The red tracks the actual trade, okay? As you can see, for most of China's history, up until about, 2022, it tracks pretty closely. But starting in 2022, there's this divergence. A huge divergence. You know about $500 billion a year, guys. Why is this happening? Capital flight, money laundering. People are using exports in order to move their money out of the country. It's a very simple thing where, okay, maybe I buy a refrigerator, right? It should be $500. We agree with $500, but you charge me $1,000. Why? Because then you take the $500 and you put that money on my behalf into a U.S. real estate property or buy stocks from me, okay? Does that make sense? This is all just money laundering. So in other words, what's really driving China's export mania, a lot of it is just money laundering as people try to flee the country. Okay? So this is not good for China. All right. Another major problem in China is the household savings rate, where it's the highest in the world. Okay? Why are Chinese savers, why are they saving 40% of their income? Well, a lot of reason is because Chinese aren't that wealthy. Okay, so even though the Chinese economy has boomed these past 30, 40 years, the Chinese individual has not seen a huge improvement in his standard of living. Okay? And so there is not a great confidence in the future, and that's why Chinese save a lot of their money. And there aren't that many investment vehicles as well. So from a US perspective, this is a great opportunity, right? If Chinese are saving all this money, if you're a financier, if you're like Blackstone or BlackRock, you're like, why don't I give it to me and I'll invest the money for you and give you bigger returns, right? This is why they're here in China, because they want this. They want all that capital stored in Chinese banks, not doing anything. They're like, give it to us, and we'll make you more money, okay? All right. So this shows you the capital account. All this is saying is that you can't actually convert your RMB into other currencies. So most countries have full open capital accounts, okay? The black is most countries. The bottom quarter of nations have closed accounts, and China is part of the quarter that have closed accounts, okay? So Chinese can actually take their money and leave the country. Okay, so the other thing that I want you guys to understand is, from a US perspective, there's still a lot of potential in China. And the reason why is China still has a lot of debt capacity. Debt capacity just means your ability to carry debt. Why? Because China doesn't have much debt relative to other nations. Look at this, okay? China, in terms of like assets and liabilities, don't have much invested abroad. You compare that with like other countries like Japan, United States, Germany, United Kingdom. They have a lot invested abroad. China doesn't have that much invested abroad. So in theory, you can encourage the Chinese to buy more things abroad, which would help the global economy, right? In theory. Now, what's interesting is that China doesn't invest much abroad relative to other rich nations, but China doesn't invest much abroad relative to all nations, okay? So this is China. It's about the same as India, which doesn't have that much capital. Then, like if Indonesia, Turkey, Mexico actually invest more abroad than China does. Brazil, Russia, Saudi Arabia invests a lot. South Africa invests a lot more than China. Okay? So again, from a US financial perspective, China is the last great opportunity in the world. That's why they're coming here. Okay? They want to strike a deal where they can financialize the Chinese economy. Basically use the Chinese economy as collateral to engage in financial speculation everywhere in the world. Okay? So let me explain how they're going to do so. All right. So China has a closed capital account. Why do you have a closed capital account? Because you know for a fact that if you open it, Chinese take the RMB and convert it all into US dollars. All right? And that causes your economy to collapse, your banking system to collapse. So what's the solution here? Okay, first of all, we need to understand something, and this is like really important for you guys to appreciate. Banks create money out of thin air. Okay? Money is just an illusion. So the example is, let's just say you're a depositor. and you put $1 million into a bank, okay? And the way the bank makes money is by lending to entrepreneurs, right? So you then, as a bank, you give $1 million a loan to a restaurant entrepreneur, okay? And this is how banks work. And you think that, okay, well, if the deposit put $1 million in the bank then loans it to the restaurant entrepreneur, then in theory, the bank should have zero in the bank, right? No, the bank now has $2 million. Okay? The banks are allowed, according to accounting, they're allowed to create money every time they issue a loan. So not only they keep that $1 million from the depositor, but they also are able to print $1 million to give to the restaurant entrepreneur. Does that make sense to you guys? Okay. Do you guys want to know why this is the case? Okay, I'll tell you anyway, okay? All right. Okay. So before, what were banks? Banks were just merchants, okay? A merchant alliance. Why? Because merchants needed capital in order to trade. So they came together and they created their own bank. Okay, so they were an alliance. And so what merchants would do is basically deposit their gold into this alliance so that it can be distributed elsewhere. Okay? Now the problem with gold is that it's heavy, it's hard to transport. It's also dangerous because you're pirates. Okay? So the way that they use gold in order to create exchanges, in order to create business, is they use receipts. Receipts. Or contracts. So rather than me give you the gold physically, I just give you a piece of paper saying that I guarantee that this paper can be redeemed for gold at my bank. Okay, does that make sense? All right. And then you have to keep track of these exchanges. So they create something called double entry bookkeeping, which is basically assets and liabilities. Okay? And that's double entry bookkeeping. It's something that we still use today. So let's just say I have $1 million in gold. Okay? Well, that's easy. I just put it into assets, right? Okay? Then someone comes and says, I need to borrow $1 million of gold. I'm like, fine, I'll give you a receipt for it. Now the problem, my problem is, do I put the receipt in liabilities or assets? Assets, of course, right? And that's how the system works. And so it's a system we still use today. That's why banks are allowed to create money out of thin air, because of double entry bookkeeping. Okay, are you guys clear about this? Yeah?
Is it because that the banks have powers to print money when they make loans, or because I think like if some people deposit their money into the bank and the bank need to give it back, it might be like into the liability.
No, okay, all right. You don't understand what's going on. Okay, all right. Listen, it's not that hard. Okay, I have gold. I put the gold into the bank. People come to borrow the gold, right? Then I give a paper saying this is gold. Basically, it's money. Okay, money. Okay, is this money a debt or a liability? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense as a liability because I don't owe that thing. Okay? And the fact that I can use this money in order to create more money means it's an asset. Okay? Does that make sense? All right. So now this becomes the basis of the global banking system. All right. So let me show you how. All right. So what happens is this. You have these banks. In America, in the world, they're private banks. They're run by private people who put all their money in the banks, okay? You have the US government. You have the government. Okay. The US government does not have any money. The US government wants to borrow money. The question then is like, how do you borrow money? If you borrow money from these banks individually, that's too hard, okay? So what happens is this. What happens is, in 1913, the banks got together and created something called the Federal Reserve. All right? Federal Reserve, it's not hard. It's just a cartel of private banks in America. Okay, do you understand? Now the US government can just work with the Federal Reserve and borrow money directly from the Federal Reserve, which represents all the banks in America. Okay? So how does the US government borrow money from the Federal Reserve? It issues bonds, that's called US Treasuries. Okay? So the Federal Reserve can print money to buy US Treasuries, and then this money goes to the US government, and the US government can then pay for expenses. Okay, does that make sense? All right. Now, this system is fine. The problem is that the US government spends a lot of money. It fights wars. It wants to send men to the moon. It wants people to have a good life. Okay? So today, America has $39 trillion in debt. And you're like, well, who cares? The problem is this. The problem is the interest rate, which is about 5%. Okay? Because in order to get the Federal Reserve, these private banks, to lend you the money, you have to give them an interest rate. Otherwise, why would they lend you the money, right? Okay, so in other words, 5% means that the US government has to pay the Federal Reserve about $2 trillion a year. Where's it going to get $2 trillion a year? It has to borrow more money from the Federal Reserve. All right, so this system is really, really unstable. So now your problem is like, how do I solve this problem? You solve this problem by getting more people to buy US Treasuries. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so you can get governments to buy US Treasuries, including the Chinese government, the Japanese government, the UK government, okay? And that's what's been happening. The problem is they only have a certain amount of money they can borrow. So how do you get rid of this problem? You get rid of this problem by getting more people to buy US Treasuries. And who are these people? Everyone in the world. You, me, everyone in the world. Okay? This is what we call retail. So previously, it was only institutions that wanted to buy US Treasuries. And what the strategy now is to get everyone to buy US Treasuries. How? You create a new financial mechanism called stable coins. Okay? Stable coins. And the two most popular stable coins are something called Tether and Circle. Okay? And the idea is very simple. The idea is stable coins are backed by US Treasuries. Meaning, Tether and Circle have to buy US Treasuries in order to sell stable coins. And then you can sell stable coins to anyone and everyone. Okay? Including in China, which has 40% savings rate. How? Through institutions like Apple, BlackRock, Visa. Okay, does this make sense? Now you get around the problem of the closed capital account. Closed capital account means you cannot use renminbi to buy US dollars. But with stable coins, you can now use renminbi to buy Tether or Circle. Do you understand? Okay? So now what the US government is going to do is they're going to transfer that debt onto the Chinese people. Okay? Okay. And so you're like, okay, wait a minute here. $39 trillion is a lot of money, man. Chinese people don't have $39 trillion. America will never, ever get rid of this debt, okay? But there's a mechanism America can use to control this debt. And this is called financial repression. How does this work? Very simple. Okay, so US Treasuries are at 5%, right? Really simple. I'm gonna make this 0%, guys. And you're like, wait a minute here. No, I don't understand this. If it's at 0%, I'm not gonna buy US Treasuries. The answer, the solution is, I'll make you buy it, guys. Okay? I force you to buy it. How do I force you to buy it? By passing laws called the Genius Act and the Clarity Act, which compels stablecoins to use US Treasuries as the basis of their digital currency. And again, remember, if you're Chinese, if you can keep RMB at 5% a year or US dollar at 0% a year, what do you choose? You choose the US dollar at 0% a year. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? So that's the solution, financial repression, where I drop the interest rate of US Treasuries to nothing, in which case inflation will destroy the debt over 50 years. And I force people to buy it by passing laws that force companies to back the digital currency with US Treasuries. Forcing them to buy US Treasuries. Does that make sense, guys? Okay? And why do they want to do this? Because now they can access a Chinese consumer. They can sell digital currency to Chinese consumers. That's the grand plan. Okay. And you're like, okay, wait a minute here. Why would China agree to such a stupid deal? Well, there are actually lots of reasons, okay? The first major reason is Taiwan. Okay. So again, the United States doesn't really need Taiwan. Taiwan is over here, and what Taiwan does that's very important for the United States strategically is it blocks China from the Pacific. Okay, it's something called the First Island Chain. It's part of the First Island Chain. That's in the blue. So that's why American policymakers think Taiwan is important. Think about it, okay? If you're American, you're like, wait a minute here, okay? Let's just say I lose Taiwan. Let's say I say to China, I want Taiwan to return to the motherland. Okay, what happens now? Well, now you create a problem because Taiwan now can block this area. Okay, it can separate Southeast Asia into two parts. South Korea and Japan on one part, the Philippines, Southeast Asia, Singapore, another part. Okay, do you guys see this map? You can now divide Southeast Asia into two. This is important. Why? Because guess what? Japan, South Korea gets most of their energy through the Strait of Malacca. You basically block off South Korea and Japan from a lot of the global economy. In which case, there is absolutely no way in hell South Korea and Japan agree to let Taiwan return to China. Does that make sense? So by the United States saying, hey, I want China and Taiwan to marry again, what you've done is you've now transferred the Taiwan problem from you, the United States, to South Korea and Japan. You understand? That's why strategically it makes perfect sense for Trump to say Taiwan belongs to China. Okay? Okay, so Taiwan issue problem is solved. Now, there's another issue in that China, as we discussed, is very dependent on energy and food from South America, okay? So you can see, this is South America. And you can see all these projects in the yellow that China is building, okay? So the pink is something that's already built or under construction, the yellow plan. These are huge projects, okay? So what America has done is basically taken over Venezuela, okay? And Trump announced this, like I think 2 days ago, we're going to make Venezuela the 51st state. Well, why would he want to do that? Because now he blocks China from South America. And if you look at this map, this tells you energy supply, okay? So there's this war in the Middle East, which means that the Middle East you can forget about. Now can get energy from Russia or the Western Hemisphere. China doesn't want to depend entirely on Russia. China will buy more Russian oil, but it does not want to become entirely dependent on Russia. Also, Russia cannot actually meet all of China's energy needs, okay? So now China is forced to negotiate with the United States to have access to the Western Hemisphere. Does China care? The answer is no. China only cares about stability and price, stability and cost. I want to get things at a fair price, and I want this to be a stable and predictable relationship. If I'm China, I would prefer if America controlled the entire Western Hemisphere, because now I can just negotiate with one government as opposed to like all these other governments, many of whom are corrupt. Does that make sense, guys? So would China agree to this? Absolutely. China has absolutely no problem with America controlling the Western Hemisphere if it means stability and cost are controlled. Okay? Does it make sense to you guys? Okay, yeah?
But does China holds attitude like about America controlling Venezuela because like using morals, like they said they conquer?
No.
But will they do this?
China doesn't care. I don't care. Guys, don't talk about sovereignty, rights, morality in this class, okay? It's all game theory. I don't care about these things. Game theory is people are going to behave in their best interests. It's that simple, okay? No morality, no human rights, no sovereignty, all right? Okay, so China doesn't care who controls Venezuela as long as it's a stable place where China can get cheap oil. It doesn't make sense. Okay, all right, the last thing is AI. Okay, all right, so as you can see, the United States is the world's leader in AI simply because it has the most data centers. In fact, America plans to build more and more data centers. China is trying to compete, but its data center development is constrained by the fact that it has limited access to semiconductors, to chips. And so China wants more chips from the United States. And the United States can say yes. But you're like, no, wait, no. Doesn't that mean that China could one day overtake the United States? Could China just reverse engineer and steal the IP from these semiconductors? No, that's not how semiconductors work. Semiconductors are so sophisticated that it's an entire global supply chain, okay? These semiconductors are designed in California, then they are sent to Taiwan to be manufactured, then they're sent onto the Philippines to be value added, then sent to China to be added to components, then they're sold to Europe. And all the while, you have to extract resources from Africa, from South America, in order to feed these semiconductors. Do you understand? So in other words, there's absolutely no way that one nation, and only one nation, can control the entire supply chain. So as long as America can control the network, America will always have the advantage in semiconductors. Okay? There's absolutely no way China can reverse the production of the semiconductors because it's too sophisticated, it's too expensive. Only one country can specialize only one field. Okay? Doesn't make sense. Okay, so that's why this guy is important. Okay, Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. Before, he was not supposed to come to China. Okay, it was announced he was not coming to China. Then, as Trump was flying through Alaska to refuel, he got on board in Alaska. It was a last-minute addition. But not only that, but there were two business people that were with Trump on his plane, Elon Musk and Jensen Huang. Okay? So what happened? So I work in business negotiation. I'll tell you exactly what happened. What happened was that Scott Bessent and He Lifeng, they were negotiating this grand bargain, just the contours of this grand bargain in South Korea. China wants first and foremost NVIDIA chips. Scott Bessent wants first and foremost access to the Chinese financial market. Okay? There was an impasse. So Trump just basically said, I'm not going to bring this guy. Okay? And then as Trump was going to come to China, there was a breakthrough. And Trump's like, okay, as a sign of goodwill, I will now bring him. Okay? This is how business negotiations work. This is confusing for people because usually we don't want business people to run politics, to run diplomacy because they are unpredictable. Okay? But this is how business negotiations work. All right. So this is just the basic framework for how the U.S. grand bargain will turn out, in my opinion. Okay? So to summarize, what China wants is access to cheap energy of the Western Hemisphere. It wants NVIDIA chips to fuel its AI, and it wants access to the U.S. market, okay? Those are three things that China wants. America wants access to Chinese financial markets. Basically, it wants Chinese consumers to buy stablecoins in order to finance the U.S. debt. It wants to better control China's AI development. Why? Because AI, China and America are not competitors, they're partners. Because as I told you last class, the entire point of AI is to create a surveillance state. Okay? Now, America has technology, but China has a lot of people, and there's no privacy here. So in other words, what America can do is use China as a lab in order to test out surveillance technology that it could not test out in America. Okay, so America wants access to China's AI market. And the third thing that America wants is Chinese manufacturing. Why? Because Chinese manufacturing is the best in the world. So not only does America want China to continue manufacturing in order to buy US dollars, but it also wants to import manufacturing, Chinese manufacturing, into America and to Venezuela as well, right? Because Venezuela has all these resources that can be extracted and turned into manufactured goods. The Americans don't want to do it because it's too expensive, it's too hard work, but the Chinese will do this. Okay, so this is what the grand bargain will look like. Any questions? Okay, so these are predictions. This is the way I see the situation, and we'll know in a couple days if I'm right or wrong. Okay, so we'll talk next week. Today, I want to examine why you Chinese students behave the way you do. Okay, so believe it or not, but the way that you behave, in that you're playing, it's strange, it's weird. So I'll point out 3 things that you do that don't really make any sense. The first thing that you do is you spend a lot of your time learning English. In fact, you probably spend more time learning English, learning Chinese. That's weird. And I've asked Chinese students before why they are so focused on learning English. And their answers usually are, I want to learn knowledge, I want to go abroad, I want to communicate, I want to use the internet. But that's not really a good explanation, okay? So that's one thing that's weird. Second thing that's weird is you're obsessed with making money, especially US dollars. Okay, and the third thing that's weird is that your goal in life is to immigrate to a Western country, specifically the United States, right? You all want to go to the United States for college, get a degree, and hopefully stay there, get a good job. But as we discussed before, that's strange because you are much higher status in China. You're much more likely to get a good job, you're much marry a beautiful woman than you are in the United States, where the game is rigged against you. Okay, so this sort of behavior is weird. If you think about it, it's master Chinese. Because once you master Chinese, and given your family background, given the fact that your family is often we're connected in China, I'm up pretty high in China. Okay, so if you learn Chinese, you're far better able to communicate yourself. You're far more likely to gain respect and status in China. Okay, but instead you learn English. U.S. dollars doesn't make any sense. What you really want is status. Right? You want is to be well respected. You want a prestigious job. You want to marry a beautiful woman. You want to have lots and lots of children. That's what you really want. But instead, you're really focused on obtaining US dollars. That's kind of strange. And then the last thing we said was immigration. If you go to the United States, it's really a rigged game against you, right? The most that you can hope to obtain is maybe become an engineer or professor if you're really, really smart, but you're not going to achieve political power. You're not going to become a CEO of a major company. All right, so the situation as it is, it's really weird where the best and brightest in China, they just want to be common people in the United States or Britain or Canada. Really weird game. And so the question I want to look at today is, how was this game constructed? Why do we play this game? And the answer I will show you is because of the British. Okay? The British Empire create this game that ultimately the Americans inherit and which the entire world's played today because America is the global superpower. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so first I want to go into some history and explain to you how we got to where we are. So this is the map of the Spanish Empire at the height of its power. As you can see, the Spanish Empire covered the entire globe, okay? So this is a small nation in Spain, and it was able to really cover the entire world. So how was this accomplished? Okay, the first thing you need to understand is that for most of its history, Europe was a very poor place. In order for it to obtain wealth, it had to trade with the world. Specifically, it wanted spices from what they call the East Indies, okay, Southeast Asia. At this time in history, the main power were the Muslims who are here, okay? And if you want to trade with East Asia, you have to go through the Muslims. At this point in history, Spain is Muslim. It's a place called Andalusia. But then the Christians were able to reconquer Spain. And so the Muslims decided that we'll just blockade you. Or if you want to trade with us, we will charge you a lot of levies. Okay? And so now the Spanish and the Portuguese are forced to look for new routes to the East Indies, where the spices are. Remember, at this time in history, spices are the most valuable commodity. They're actually worth more than, okay? I'm talking like cinnamon, nutmeg, peppercorn, okay? These spices are extremely valuable commodities. In fact, one ship, if you're able to bring one ship of these spices back to Europe, well, you had intergenerational wealth, okay? You become one of the wealthiest people in Europe. That's how valuable these spices were. And so now, the Spanish and the Portuguese have no choice but to discover new routes to the East Indies. So they went this way, and this is hard because Africa is not really hospitable. There are a lot of viruses, diseases in Africa. So they start to explore all around the world, and they went to North America and South America. And when they went to North and South America, they discovered that there were already peoples, the Aztec Incas, living there. And they had a lot of wealth because these were empires, and they could be easily conquered. And so they set up these colonies all around South America, and a lot of silver was now being transported back to Spain. And so overnight, Spain became extremely wealthy. But as we discussed last class, if you become too wealthy and too powerful, you change as a people. Before you were energetic, you were open, you were cohesive. That's what made you an empire. But now because of all this wealth, you become insular. You become arrogant. And you become extremely close-minded. Okay, you become lazy. And so the Spanish, they had all this wealth, and they decided that they really didn't want to work anymore. Okay, So what happened? Well, what happened? They started to subcontract their labor to other places, okay? So,
live show.
So now what's going to happen
Today's show is entitled
you will have the rise of
Trump
England,
and Xi
French,
reset the world,
and the
Brandon's
Dutch
next.
Republic, mainly. Okay?
And we have a lot to get into. As many people know,
textiles,
Trump
luxury goods
arrived safely, and his delegation
Spain,
arrived safely
right?
last
So
night.
how this was accomplished was
So I'm going to go ahead and just go through
the
some
Spanish,
things that
because they were so wealthy, didn't want to work.
So let's
And
begin
the people didn't have
as
to work
people
either,
are warming up.
right? So, but they wanted to buy clothes, nice clothes. So what happened was they got other nations.
Oh my God. He loves it. Trump loves it. Ah, so Asian. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone. I'd like to give an extra special shout out here to Zest the Day. Thank you very much for your generous super chat. You didn't even leave us a question. Please drop a question. I'll be looking for it. If you have a question, be more than happy to take it. Thank you so much. Please make sure, everyone, please make sure you drop a like on the video. If you've been watching us but haven't yet subscribed, please subscribe. Our next video will be on Saturday. So thank you very much, Zest. Thank you for joining us. All right, so before I go over to Barbara and Susan for their intro, I wanted to go over just this one post, which was the last thing that's on his text-wise. It's on his Truth Social, I believe. It says, so he starts off, CNBC incorrectly reported the great Jensen Huang of NVIDIA was not invited to the incredible gathering. It's actually, in actuality, Jensen is currently on Air Force One. So they, in big dramatic fashion, Trump had, I believe Trump in midair said, no, we're going to pick up Jensen. And they stopped the flight in Alaska, I believe, and picked up Jensen Huang and took and continued over to China. I think it went something like that. So CNBC's reporting is incorrect, or as they say in politics, fake news. Wow, what a mic drop with that one. It is an honor to have Jensen Elon. Think about this. He brought literally the big, like all, the only people that were missing is like maybe Intel, right? Some maybe a car company rep, but Jensen Elon, Tim Cook, Larry Fink, Boeing, Cargill, Citibank, GE, Goldman Sachs, Micron. That was interesting. Doubling down on the semiconductors, and Qualcomm, again, doubling down on semiconductors. Many others journeying to the great country of China will be asking Xi, a great leader and an extraordinary distinction, to open up China so that these brilliant people can work their magic and help bring the People's Republic to an even higher level. In fact, I promise that when we are together, which will be in a matter of hours, I will make my very first request. I have never seen or heard of any idea that would be more beneficial to our incredible countries. President Donald J. Trump. And actually, you know what? I have this one. Let me show this this clip here too. I think this is it.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生，很高兴啊，同你在北京见面。这是你时隔9年再次访华，我们的会面现在可以说是举世瞩目。当前100年变局加速演进，国际形势是变乱交织，世界走到新的十字路口。中美两国能不能跨越？
Okay, so this was something that Barbara and Susan and I were discussing right up here. So this is something that's being quoted widely in the press, that this relationship, we have to overcome the Thucydides trap. So we can talk about that a little bit more. But let me finish this clip here.
所谓的修昔底德陷阱，开创大国关系的新范式，能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能着眼两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运？共同开创两国关系的美好未来。 我期待着从总统先生就事关两国和世界的重大问题交换意见，共同为中美关系这艘大船领好航、好舵，让2026年成为中美关系继往开来的历史性、标志性年份。
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know, whenever we had a problem, we worked that out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth. And I just want to say on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, and I guess the best in the world. We have amazing people and they're all with me. Every single one of them, we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you and to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business.
Barbara and Susan, your thoughts?
Well, I want to just emphasize to people that if you haven't seen the opening ceremony, you should spend the time to look at it. In other words, China rolled out the full red carpet, and it was literally incredible. We showed you parts of it. And, you know, basically, we're in a new world as of today. That's the overwhelming emphasis I want to talk to people about. Because what you've got is a situation in which China is having difficulties. We're in a mode of transition, as both leaders emphasized. And as President Xi said, we have to create, and I emphasize create, a new relationship. And it's very clear, he said later in his toast to Trump, that President Trump is making America great again. And I really want to emphasize that's like Xi coming out and saying MAGA. And it's something that a lot of Republican state party people who we've met don't understand. Actually, Xi understands it far better in some respects than many of our Republican state leaders who are scared of the American system. So, you know, what is going on right now is the opening of literally a new century in which both countries are on the frontiers of new technologies and science and space and nuclear energy and fusion power. And all of these things, they're literally competing because in these frontiers, whoever actually wins the race to perfect these technologies is going to control the world. And what both leaders are actually saying is, why are we competing when we could be collaborating and actually do that to the benefit of all of humanity? Now, a lesson in intelligence. When you see stuff in the news, when you see people freaking out, and it appears that this is just today's freak out, you're kind of in an error. This visit has been being planned for 6 months. And if you recall, right in the middle of the Iran war, Trump postponed it grudgingly because of the Iran war. It is to be the case of this year, Trump in terms of really jump up in terms of the good of their own populations. So this is not what anybody out there is telling you, and all the freak outs you're seeing are coming from leaks as to what was planned 6 months ago. And it's been realized despite every roadblock which has been put in its place. That's how actual strategy actually works. I note that today's news says that China is discussing buying more of its oil from the United States, oil and gas, than from the Persian Gulf countries. This removes the entire financing mechanism for the City of London, if that indeed happens. So on the other side of the equation, you have a group I call Mark Carney's losers, all right, Team Carney, all right, which is Barack Obama, all the Democrats here in the United States, and stay behind elements of the intelligence community and the Department of Justice. They are waging a literal war to prevent this type of thing from coming to fruition, because it's a new world. It's a world of creativity. She talked about the Thucydides trap. That's a kind of a misnomer invented by friends of Henry Kissinger to say that it's essentially inevitable in some kind of way that a great power in decline meets a rising power, and there's going to be a war out of it. That's what the Thucydides trap, so-called, is. It's based on a false idea about Greek history. We don't need to get into that. But the whole point is that never has to happen. There are ways to pull on things between two great nation states, which are common to them. For example, both China and the United States have a long history of war with the British Empire. Think about that. Those are the types of things that can actually be pulled and played and thought about. China was the victim of the Opium Wars, which were actually done to subjugate the Chinese population and make huge profits for the City of London long ago. China had a scholar, a man who is still revered in both China and Taiwan, by the name of Sun Yat-sen. And he was an advocate of the American system of political economy. Similarly, Russia has a long history with the United States, which got completely sabotaged over the course of centuries. They were essential to us winning the Revolutionary War. They were essential to us winning the Civil War in our own country against the British. So what Kirill Dmitriev, who is the head of Russia's Sovereign Wealth Fund, published a poll today. I think I sent it to you, Adam. I don't know whether you have it or not, on his X account, where he basically ran a poll as to what the countries of the world actually want to see. And it shows the first one is, do you go for these three countries, Russia, China, and India being the dominant powers in the world? Or would you have it rather be the United States, Russia, China, and India? And overwhelmingly, the people voted for the latter. Now, this has the British in a complete, total freak out and kerfuffle. Hence, Carney's losers, all this crap, which is in the New York Times about how we're losing the war on Iran, while Iran is going bankrupt. The head of CENTCOM is before the Congress today, hopefully refuting a lot of that. China has offered to help with the Iranian situation, based on the wires I saw coming out. But what you're seeing is a complete reordering of the world, which will help us in turn complete our economic revolution, because you can't, when all of your manufacturing was outsourced to China, when everything was taken over there by these crazy people in the City of London and Wall Street, and basically the United States was gutted. That's what Trump encountered when he came into office. The rebuild can't be, well, we're just going to do it ourselves now. Ha, 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 ha. We have to rebuild the whole thing. And what he's doing right now, what Trump is doing right now, is saying, let's work out deals. And he's talking about a board of trade on strategic strategic investments. He's talking about a board of investment, which will actually both bring things over here that were China and reciprocally come back to China with things they need. That is a completely new and different form of diplomacy and relationship. And the old system is going bananas and chewing the rug. And that's essentially the world as we see it today.
Well, let me just actually add the question of the Thucydides trap, because I think it's extremely, extremely important for understanding what is truly going on. Thucydides was a Greek historian who talked about the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. And he said it came about because Sparta had been the dominant power. Athens was starting to rise in influence and power that threatened Sparta, and that's what caused it. No, that's not what caused it. The Persian Empire was sitting out there just like the British Empire today, playing the two city-states against each other so that they could maintain their power and that they could undermine anything that was viable, especially in Athens. That's the Thucydides, so anybody peddles this idea about the Thucydides trap, is completely ignoring the role of the British Empire today, just as historically they're ignoring the role of the Persians back then. And that is the driving dynamic. The British want the United States and China at each other's throats. They want the United States and Russia at each other's throats. And as Barbara just developed, the idea of US, Russia, China, India, that is the combination of power. You can throw in Japan. That's another combination that people are talking about, which actually has both the economic and the strategic power to challenge the British imperial system. And doing things like setting up energy relations between the United States and China, as Barbara said, this question of redirecting how the energy flows to different countries, you get it out of the British choke points, like the Strait of Hormuz, the role of Lloyd's of London, ultimately the role of Brent crude futures trading, and so on, and start setting up structures which are based on nation-to-nation relations. That's one of the things that's interesting about the Board of Trade and the Board of Investments. These are bilateral outside the World Trade Organization, outside of their free trade rules. So this is the dynamic in the world. And it's really quite extraordinary. The fact that there were really no leaks in terms of who was going to be on this airplane going to China until right before it happened shows that this administration had things pretty well locked down and has got, most of the trad media, and for that matter, the neocons, and for that matter, the former Trumpers who are now anti-Trumpers, well, their hair is all on fire. So this might be a good time to go buy fire extinguishers.
Or
Thank you,
British
Susan.
words for them.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you to everyone that's tuning in on X.com and on YouTube. I saw a few people reposting our stream on X. Thank you very much. Everyone on YouTube, please drop us a like if you've been watching so far. The questions that we're going to take come from our email newsletter. We're also going to take questions from the super chats. But the questions that I have on the slides come from our email newsletter. We now have both a daily and a weekly newsletter. You can get the link is in the description if you're not already on our newsletter. We have over 125,000 subscribers on our email newsletter. Thank you guys. That is an incredible number. It truly is. And that's active subscribers. That's not people that have subscribed and unsubscribed. We literally have a list of 125,000 people that get our emails. Thank you, everyone. The link's in the description. Okay. I'm going to start with just a few super chats here. People sending in the love already. First, I'll thank you, Zest, for your super chat. And then we have one from David Gray, who always joins us. Thank you every week, David. Euroleaders Cook, Starmer's Burt, Carney, Obama, broken wagons forming a circle. Warsh appointed. billions of lives daily are safer. Do you think we see or need arrests of a few to break the resolve of others?
I'm all for accountability, and I think it's going to happen. If you just look at the pace of things which are happening, you've got Fauci's chief assistant indicted. Okay, you have this grand conspiracy case going forward in Florida, in which John Brennan, who came out and said, we have the resistance in the government and it's active, and that's how we're going to meet this thing. He's gonna be indicted in Florida in this conspiracy case, and basically the indictment is going to talk first of all about Russiagate, and that is all on Tulsi Gabbard's plate. That is who actually got us essentially where we are. And the way that they're fighting back is by attacking her. You saw this thing as Trump was in China yesterday, where it was claimed that the CIA ran into her office and stole a ton of files, okay, and just took them and basically illegally invaded her. Now, both she and John Radcliffe came out and denied this, all right? But if you look at Laura Loomer this morning, you can see the plot, all right? Trump is over in China. He wants the headlines. Tulsi tried to steal the headlines by doing this stuff. She should be fired, okay? That's because the woman has actually declassified the essence of the, evidence which is going to be used to go after Brennan in South Florida. You have this huge fraud task force, which J.D. Vance, is leading and went out yesterday with, and they're setting up, folks, to indict the entire damn Democratic Party. If you actually look at what, is being set up here, you've had massive fraud in the Democratic states, around COVID, around Medicare and Medicaid. You have people who are on Medicaid, which of course is designed to help the poor, driving around in Lamborghinis in California. And this in turn, in terms of kickbacks, is how the Democratic Party has actually funded itself. If you look at Biden's Green New Deal and the legislation for that, you see their entire vision of the economy was going to be, we'll give you a handout because we can't build an economy where you could work with some dignity. If you can tell us that you're, carrying the groceries for your elderly parent, all right, we'll give you a huge handout for you to do that, all right? As opposed to, we'll train you to actually become part of the new economy we're building and to join in the mission to get to and build a colony on Mars. Which one of those models do you think has most excitement for a younger generation, which really needs revival in terms of its fundamental curiosity and its enthusiasm for life? These are the types of things which we're facing, but I'm very, very confident that you are going to see cuffs. It may not be all the people you want because we've got to deal with the auto pin and Biden's pardons, okay? And that's going to get challenged even. I think they're basically going to go after that. But the apparatus, which basically tried to take down our government through a seditious revolution led by Barack Obama, let's be blunt, and still being led. I mean, the guy is going nuts. He's campaigning all over the country. He was even down in Texas yesterday getting tacos with television. That's really what a former president should be doing. It's the whole idea of how they're going to survive. So, I just think we're in good shape. We've got to continue to press. We've got to continue to identify all of the crazy narratives out there on the internet that are designed for nothing other than demoralizing you. And we've got to get across to people the unity of this conception. What is the American system of economy that Trump is using, that Sun Yat-sen used in China or advocated for China? These are the things that people don't understand because they've been erased from our history. But if we make it concrete, people understand how an actual economy that can function and not go into periodic collapses every 5-6 months actually works for the people. So that's how I sort of orient towards that question.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you, David, for joining us this week. I have another friend here, Saxon Pirates, another kind of international question. The political pundits and talking heads still don't get it. Their thinking is old world, i.e. NATO and Europe, where Russia is our enemy along with China. When will the core five become clear to the world? Europe is becoming irrelevant. Well, I don't think Europe has to become irrelevant. It doesn't have to be that way. Barbara or Susan?
Yeah, look, it's not that the political pundits and talking heads don't get it. They disagree with it. I mean, maybe some of them are so stupid they don't get it. I'm sure they haven't taken Donald Trump's IQ test. But what you have to recognize, go back to Chatham House, go back to the Council on Foreign Relations, go back to these guys. They have crafted a narrative. They are not going to get rid of their narrative. John Bolton will not get rid of his narrative, just like he's probably not going to get rid of his mustache, where Russia is the enemy, China is the enemy. They're just going to keep pounding away on it, and they're going to look more and more and more like idiots because the world is being reset. And the question of who the enemy is, not who our competitors are. China's going to be our competitor. Will there be some conflicts? Yeah, I seriously doubt they'll rise to the level of being military. The question of Taiwan is something Trump did not raise it, as far as we can see. And our policy is the same as it's always been, not an independent Taiwan. Again, as Barbara said, going back to the actual tradition in China, the Kuomintang, the leader of the Kuomintang, which is the opposition party in Taiwan, the current leadership in Taiwan is much more globalist oriented. So they want to keep the conflict going. But the opposition leader, who's the head of the KMT, was in China like a month ago, again, deepening relations between these two countries. So, there's going to be bumps in the road, but not the imperial game of always having a hand grenade where you can pull the pin. That's what Iran and the IRGC and the mullahs were. That's what a perpetual, two China policy is. These are hand grenades where the imperialists can always pull the pin. And as this comment makes clear, you begin to develop a other power structure where you've got sovereign nations, the United States, China, Russia, India, and the core five includes Japan. That is a sufficient power structure to challenge the British imperial system in every way. And the question of Europe, is whether they want to go down with the empire or whether the people of Europe will start manifesting their own actual desires, as we saw in the United Kingdom last week. I'm not trying to pass one way or the other in terms of whether Farage and Reform is an adequate opposition, or the Greens for that matter, they're not. But the vote in the UK was, we don't like the globalists, just like the vote in the United States in 2016, 2020, and 2024 was. Other countries need to start doing that as well. And then Europe can become relevant in this new world of sovereign nations once again.
Thank you, Susan. And thank you, Saxon, for joining us again this week. I have a question here from Aiden. Thank you, Aiden, for your question. What are your thoughts on the impact of emergence of American system in Africa, especially sub-Saharan Africa in the coming century? Very important question, I think. China involved in development of Africa. Barbara and Susan, your thoughts on this? Oops.
Well, ironically, Africa is one of the few nations that is not suffering, across the board demographic decline. It is very poor, obviously, but at the same time, it still is optimistic because of the substantial component of young people across the board in all African nations. And I think this new Board of Peace in the Middle East and a redirection of the Middle East back towards Africa and its development, along with China, Russia, and the United States towards the actual development of Africa, is going to be really, really, really critical. I mean, the British model, which Franklin Roosevelt actually laid out very clearly to Winston Churchill, was you go into these countries, and he was talking primarily about Africa, and you just extract their wealth and take it home, and you send a few people to Cambridge and Oxford to get educated about how to actually exercise government and soft power, but then you don't do anything. Where you've got to go into these countries, you've got to educate them, you've got to raise them up to being participants in God's creation, as the advanced nations can claim to be once they recover their actual notion of what it means to be a human being on earth, that we're not animals. So, you know, this is going to be really, really, really important. It's sitting there like a pot of gold, in my estimation, because of the enormous number of youth and the spirit still, despite all of the very, very tough conditions, of optimism which actually exists in those populations. So that's how I'd answer your question.
Yeah, I just add one specific point on the question of the American system. Our friend Crypto Rich, whose podcast is now called Rich Does Politics, has focused very, very heavily on Burkina Faso and the fact that the head of Burkina Faso is an open advocate of the American system. I have not studied that thoroughly myself, but it certainly seems like the seeds are indeed being planted. I do want to respond to one chat that I saw. Somebody took umbrage at the fact that I did not embrace Farage. You know, he's anti-globalist, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not an expert on British internal politics, but people that I do respect do have concerns that Farage has controlled opposition. I'm not saying that one way or another, but I think people have to keep their minds open in these fluid situations and not, you know, necessarily come down too hard, too fast in terms of what any particular political formation is.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Eden. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you, everyone on X.com. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. So many people know we got in front of the president. I think you probably saw part of Barbara's video that opened up on Obama making these ridiculous statements. Thank you, everyone. We couldn't reach this level of notoriety without you guys watching our videos and sharing them and joining us on the show. So thank you again. Okay, I'm going to jump. I know I have more. Thank you, everyone. I have so many more super chats. I'm going to jump to some questions from our email newsletter that I think are very important, because these questions, and we get hundreds of questions a week. We have to like whittle them down to 40. And then I don't even read all 40 on the show. So we do read every question. Thank you for sending them in. So we can't take them all. And so many of them are very similar. So these first three we're going to take together on Iran here. Please respond to Clayton Morris on Redacted, why Iran didn't collapse, about Iran becoming a fourth power in the world due to geography, gatekeeping the Strait of Hormuz, and drones, and the perspective of how the U.S. has misread Iran for decades. How do you factor this into your thesis? Okay, thank you, Jania. Next question is, this morning I listened to interview with Lieutenant Colonel Scott Mann, which included his concerns over our misplaced trust in Pakistan acting as our mediator with Iran. Scott Mann is a retired Green Beret, having been deployed most notably to Iraq and Afghanistan, and has history informing this opinion. He added that Pakistan has always been considered as Islamic extremists and that they have never dealt honestly with the U.S. Recently, it has been said that Pakistan has allowed Iran to fly and park planes in Pakistan. Furthermore, that everyone in the region understands where Pakistan's loyalties lay. Can you comment on this? Thank you, Lori. And the third one here is from William. I recently saw an internet article on a Chinese Canadian named Professor Zhang, who has been called the Chinese Nostradamus, and claims to not only have predicted Trump's presidential victory, but also predicted America's defeat in a war and attrition with Iran. He claims that Iran is prepared for this specific war for 20 years, and that the Gulf states are propping up the AI bubble, and that by Iran waging war against the Gulf states, they will not be able to support the AI bubble and the West will fail. Thank you, William, for your question. All right, so I know guys, whatever this Zhang guy is, you should just strike him from your brain. Barbara and Susan, this is like, I think these are three different questions, I guess, but they all represent the same kind of viewpoint.
It's all aimed at the United States. Let's start there. It's all aimed at the midterms. Here's the strategy. Okay, we're going to put out all of this crap so that people actually believe, as long as this war may take for Iran to go either into total collapse through the economic weapon we're using, or we may have to deal with them more in terms of opening up the strait. But we already have done several things which have changed the entire geography here and the entire strategic picture. Everybody in Saudi Arabia and other countries are using railroads to get stuff out of the country. The Strait of Hormuz is being eliminated as a choke point. China is talking about buying its oil and gas from Alaska using a different route than the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran is not a fourth power in the world. That's preposterous. To say that basically we're losing, the idea that the Democrats have is get the population totally freaked out about gas and the price of groceries, which is a problem. All right. The president is addressing that. It may very well be that we eliminate the gas tax. It may very well be that we take other actions to actually bring food prices down. We're going after the agricultural cartels in the Justice Department to actually deal with the fact that they're making a ton of money off of this strategic situation. But the plan is really simple from the Democrat standpoint. Let's root for Iran. Let's create all of these ideas on the internet that appear extremely sophisticated in geopolitical analysis. Let's not recognize the actual military situation. We've decimated them. Their entire leadership is gone. And the only reason why they haven't already raised the flag, in my view, is because they're revolutionaries waging basically asymmetric warfare. They're very good at propaganda. You should think about, when you're reading this stuff in your internet feed, where's this coming from? Who's authoring this? What do they know? What is Elisa Slotkin, this senator who runs around saying, Trump didn't understand Middle East 101, and I do because I actually was one of the authors of the war in Iraq. Well, that turned out real well, didn't it, Alicia? We really did a good job there for your mentors in terms of who you think really is smart. The simple point is the Middle East has been a cauldron of religious warfare from which the City of London and Wall Street have both profited for over a century. What is happening is we're ending that. We're ending that whole picture. And there is an entire think tank operation in Washington, D.C., which makes its money off of this. Whole careers have been built on this. And the Democratic Party is very convinced that if we paint Donald Trump as an incompetent jerk and actually cheer on the Iranians, so they look over here and they see, oh, Trump doesn't have any power. Wow, let's just continue this war. Doesn't that make some sense in terms of what's actually going on here? These analyses are ridiculous. Now, I'm not saying that I know exactly what the military situation is. This is a war. A lot of things are classified. Today we're going to hear from the Democrats about, how we've completely depleted all our weapons supplies. Well, guess what? With, basic new techniques in manufacturing, we could probably produce a lot of those things in a very short time period to replenish whatever we have lost. So, people have just got to stop listening. Look at the operations for what they are. They already told you when we've been covering this Canadian meeting between Susan and I in the last two videos. It was a meeting of the people who would want to basically lead the opposition inside the United States into the midterms against the president. Their basic plan of attack is this guy is an incompetent who just lost a war. And we're going to put people out because we don't think he'll look at the actual background of the people who are speaking, like Lisa Slotkin, coming out there, I called her Little Miss Know-It-All, which is exactly what she tried to be in all of her crazy remarks over the weekend, to say that the president is a loser. All right, you shouldn't believe him. We've been embarrassed by these ridiculous people in Iraq. Now, regarding how we have misread Iran for centuries or a long time, hey, who put the mullahs into power? The United States of America and the British Empire. Okay, we didn't misread it. We have a big problem called blowback, i.e. a very stupid, satanic, ridiculous operation, actually creating something very, very bad, which was about to get a nuclear weapon. All right. So no, we haven't misread it. We just are not fessing up to what the actual story is as to what's happening here. And that's how I'd answer your question.
Thank you, Barbara. Very enlightening.
Let me just add two things. First of all, Adam, let's give a shout out to Julie Donuts, who's on, because it was her post that was reposted by the president. So thank you, Julie. Donut.
Is she in the chat?
She's in the chat. I saw her a couple of times.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, I didn't see you. Yes, thank you very much. You were so I only joined X.com last December, I think it was. And you were definitely one of the first people I noticed that was clipping our stuff and reposting it. So thank you very much.
Let me also say something about Alyssa Slotkin, and what you're dealing with this kind of crowd. Somebody put in the comment of my show, whatever day it was, I last did it because I've lost track, that Slotkin in her comments up, yes, these are the principles that we were trained on. Now, I had noticed that, but I didn't include that in my show. And somebody picked up on that and said, you don't get trained on principles, right? You either believe principles because they have a universal truth to them, or you're just, pushing a CIA pushed narrative. And that's exactly what this entire crowd was. They talked about principled pragmatism. And by which, they're talking about the fact that the impact of their globalist free trade system has created a revolt among populations, especially blue collar workers here in the United States, and I'm sure other places as well. And they can't just keep pushing the same crap that they've pushed in the entire period. So they're not going to change their globalist policies. They're still for free trade, NATO. They're still for green policies, net zero, all the rest of this. And they're going to try and package it. They're going to train their people up on a new set of, quote, principles, by which they mean they're just going to try and come up with some new packaging for this same old loser crowd. But they have a problem, which is, principles, true principles are based on how the universe actually works. And what Donald Trump and his team are doing, what the American system was embedded in, was the universe works on universal physical principles. Man's mind can discover those principles. And through that wonderful interaction of man's creativity and the universe that God gave us, we discover new things and we improve our dominion over nature and we advance. Those are principles, not something. trains you up on. And when you follow power comes from the fact that he lives in the real world. And the real world ultimately has so much more power than the world of pretend or the world of appearances. I did a podcast on Monday with my friend Tom Luongo, and I loved his title because I think it just hit the nail on the head. It was Susan Kokinda and the Return of the Real World. You know, so that's the point in terms of all of these questions that we're getting about how Trump is losing and so on. It's just all in this ridiculous world of perception and pretend and trained up principles, so-called. It's not in the real world. This administration is in the real world. China is in the real world. And you're seeing what happens when two powerful forces that are both in the real world, whether all of our policies align or not, at least we're both in the real world.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you to all of our YouTube chat. Please drop us a like if you've been enjoying the stream so far. Thank you to everyone joining us on X.com. Okay, more questions. We're going to stay on this Iran theme because we got a whole lot. We got a lot of questions on that this week. So actually, it's going to be four questions on Iran and negotiation and the IRGC. So excuse me, everyone. Still dealing with a little allergies. Is negotiation with Iran even a real thing? Is it even possible to find the persons in charge or really talk with them? It sure doesn't appear to be. I agree with you. It really doesn't. And next one's from Nancy. Is President Trump going too soft in his proposals to Iran so that Israel and others feel unsafe? Surely the president will insist on their giving up all nuclear ambitions and the uranium as the bottom line, or is he losing sight of his requirement? Thank you, Nancy. How much longer will Trump negotiate with Iran before ending the regime? Good question, Marge. And last one from Betty. How is Trump going to get rid of the IRGC, or is he? Iranian people against the radicals? I am so confused. Maybe we're just as confused as you are, Betty. Thank you very much. Barbara and Susan, your thoughts.
Well, I think there's some good questions there. On the last one, the president has said on a number of occasions, let's not forget, as long as the IRGC, has got the guns, it's hard for the Iranian people to get out there and protest. They tried and 40,000 of them were gunned down. So, but in terms of his overall strategy, I think you have to keep two things in mind, because it's not a one or the other. It's the interaction of two things. Number one, he is absolutely uncompromising on the question of nuclear weapons and the uranium. That references that other question. And nobody, Marco, P.D. Vance or Donald Trump, has ever wavered on the fact that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. So there's no daylight there. But I think what the president is dealing with is his understanding that Iran is essentially an occupied country, occupied by the IRGC and the mullahs. And we've talked about the British origins of all of this in previous discussions. They have to be dislodged from power. But at the same time, he clearly does not want to destroy this country. I mean, he's made no bones that he will bomb them back to the Stone Age if he has to. But the fact that he hasn't it's very clear. He doesn't want to. This is a proud nation. I misspoke in one show in terms of the population. It's between 80 and 90 million people. It's a big nation with an incredible history and tremendous potential in terms of the contribution that they can make to the world, who have been occupied by essentially a British-created force for the last 47 years. So what the president is negotiating, first prosecuted the Kinetic War to eliminate a lot of their military capability, but now trying to deal with the fact that you still have the IRGC, still has power. There's no question about that. You have another group of people in Iran who clearly want to negotiate with the United States, and he's dealing with a very delicate balance there. But I don't think there's any question in terms of what his commitments are, certainly on the question of the nuclear question, but he wants to create the circumstances where this occupying force can be dislodged, in part by what the United States is doing, first through the kinetic war, now through the economic warfare, but fundamentally when the Iranian people will be in a position to do it themselves. Because seen with Venezuela, the man is not a regime changer. You know, he doesn't go in and topple a government to put his people in. He pulled Maduro out and let the Venezuelans figure out how they were going to rule themselves. And that's the situation he's got in Iran, obviously a much more deeply embedded problematic force with the IRGC and the mullahs. But he wants to create the conditions where and you can't go in and pull them out like you did Maduro. But he's trying to create the conditions where they can be at least weakened so that the population of Iran and the other forces can take over. You know, the people who want this to be over tomorrow, well, yeah, Donald Trump could end this tomorrow. He can bomb them back to the Stone Age. And I don't think he wants to do that.
I just want to make a funny little comment on the Venezuelan thing. I think he posted a meme positing that Venezuela would be the 51st state or something like that. Yeah, I thought that was incredible.
But they're going to have to get in line behind Greenland and Alberta. It's getting very complicated who's going to be 51.
I just want to add something. The people who are prolonging this war are the Democratic Party in the United States. That's what people have to focus on. I mean, they're trying to get you to focus on Trump and saying, you know, basically he's created a mess in terms of my food budget and my gas budget, and I'm really ticked off at him. That's what the Democrats want you to believe, at the same time as they're creating a situation by telling the IRGC it's really worth it to wait Trump out. It's really worth it because there's this huge opposition to Trump in the United States, which is not going to go along with this war. So they're feeding, and not to mention all the people who are saying Iran has won the war, which is just complete, utter nonsense. So they're feeding this idea, and they're the people, if you're feeling the pain at the pump, or you're feeling, you know, the actual pain of your food budget, the people you want to blame are the people who are telling Iran, wait Trump out because something else is coming. What is it that's coming? Think about that. You can have Joe Biden back again, or Barack Obama back again. That's what they're proposing for you. Or you could have, you know, this stupid mayor Karen Bass in Los Angeles burning your house down. You know, that's what they're proposing for you. So, you know, I think that's how you have to sort of look at a lot of these questions and a lot of the stuff that's coming on the internet. I thought Susan's answer was quite appropriate. We don't know what exactly is going to happen. It may be necessary that we go in and take out whatever capacities they've built up during the ceasefire along the strait. It may be, all things may be necessary at this point, and people should prepare for that. But the president knows what's going on in terms of the tensions which exist in this situation, both here in the United States and also in the Middle East. And, you know, I just think you've got to be a little bit patient in terms of judging him. And as I said, looking at how this thing has evolved, do you really think it would be a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon? That's the issue, pure and simple. And so, you know, that's how I think you got to really think about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. Okay, it's good. We're going to move right into the Democratic Party now on this issue. So thank you, Shelley, for this question. It gives us a chance to expand on this topic now. What is the connection between the British Labour Party and the American Democrat Party? In the video that President Trump posted on his Truth Social account, Barbara remarked that the British Labour Party was the brains of the Democratic Party. Please further explain this connection. Thank you.
Well, if you actually take a look at the history of the United States after Franklin Roosevelt died, you'll see exactly what I'm talking to. The guy who was sent over here as the foreign minister to con us into taking over, becoming the policeman of the world, was a guy by the name of Ernst Bevin. Where was he from? The Labor Party. All right, a master of actually talking to Democratic officials, namely Harry Truman, about what the policy of the United States should be. That tradition goes all the way in its various ramifications up through Bill Clinton and Tony Blair. The whole idea of a third way, pragmatic way of doing politics comes from the British, and essentially you have a whole history of this where conservative, the Tories in Britain actually, sort of link up with the old traditional Republican Party as think tanks for them. And you have the Labor Party with the Democratic Party in the United States, starting really with Truman. Roosevelt despised British politics and despised their whole idea of how they operated in the world. That was a really, truly uninfluenced, in that sense, administration. So that is the history of it. And, basically, if you look at what the Democrats propose as platform issues and you turn right around and look at what the Labor Party is proposing as platform issues, you find that they're the same thing for the most part. And it's functioned with the idea in the heads of most Democrats here, which is ridiculous, that the British Empire somehow, represents the brain trust for the entire world. The famous phrase in post-war politics is British brains, American brawn, i.e. they figure out the strategy, we provide the armed forces to actually implement their geopolitical goals. We have no business, basically involved in the Russian-Ukraine thing or having provoked Russia or staging a coup in Ukraine. But that's what led to the 2014 coup here, a British proposition to us through the State Department and Victoria Nuland and John McCain and other people here, was essentially we should have a coup because Ukraine is getting too close to Russia. And that in turn threatens Europe and it threatens our social democratic, and that's the social democracy. It threatens our social democratic ruling parties in Europe. So we staged the coup. Look at the result. And that has been the relationship. That is what Donald Trump is completely overturning, because he's saying we're Americans. We have our own foreign policy. It's none of this BS.
I want to give a shout out to somebody in the chat who made the point. Thank you. JBR 16045. I think this is extremely important just in terms of what Barbara just said. They said, I've sent the national security strategy to many people, and they are amazed at what Trump is really doing. Again, I'm going to make my mental health public service announcement. Stop doom scrolling and just go read what the administration says it's doing. You can start there with the national security strategy, which was released in December of this year. Just read it. It is completely contrary to everything coming out of Britain. If you really want to drive yourself crazy, you could line it up next to the British national defense policy, polar opposites in terms of it. So, whether it's and that British defense policy, of course, was promulgated under Keir Starmer, who is Labor, complete opposite of what Donald Trump is doing. So, yeah, the Labor Party is always over here running their operations in the Democratic Party. They sent, Barbara, do you remember how many people here campaigned for Kamala Harris? It
was all of the bunch of people under Starmer called Labor Together, from his former chief of staff. Remember that basically they were over here signing bombs with Joe Biden in Pennsylvania to be sent to be sent to bomb Ukraine. Bomb Russia from Ukraine. I'm sorry. So you see that is kind of a graphic of the whole deal, so to speak. Think about Joe Biden's Great Reset and the Green New Deal. That was taken directly from King Charles, the World Economic Forum, and British intelligence. The whole climate apocalypse stuff comes from them. All right. The whole idea that the world has too many people and we need Malthusian policies. That whole train of thinking comes from them. And we've imported it here through the Democratic Party and idiots in the Republican Party. So, I think that's kind of the answer to the question.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Susan. Thank you for everyone in the chat. Please drop us a like here on YouTube if you've been enjoying the show so far. And hit the subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed. We do 3 pre-recorded political updates a day, and we do this one live show every Thursday. So subscribe, hit the bell icon, and maybe you'll get a notification when we do our next show. Okay, I'm going to take some more questions here from the email newsletter. We're going to have 2 here on the midterms and the current fight with the political parties at the moment. Here in question 38. Okay, so this first one here is from Dale. Thank you all for a wonderful show. You've answered so many of my questions, much appreciated. The Democrats have aggressively moved further left than ever before, which has potentially caused the Republicans to move further right. Has this exposed a giant hole in the middle for a cap-type movement to fill the vacuum with voters disenfranchised with both major parties? What is your opinion regarding the 2 parties moving further away from center? And do you think this creates a vulnerability in the future for the country? Thanks again. Thank you, Dale, for the question. And thank you, Arctos99. You have always encouraged listeners to engage with other voters on issues and get them to recognize the American system versus the empire. But you've also said that the Republican candidates also need to focus on this and not the far left crazy things everyone hates. Is anyone sitting down with each of them to discuss this so that they start emphasizing it in their campaigns? This sounds so much more important than us talking to our neighbors. Thank you, Arctos, for your comment.
Those are a couple of really, really active with our material. Flyer, Adam, if you want to pull that up when I'm talking. I think it will all to talk to you because my experience with candidates is most of them are not courageous enough on their own to step outside the guardrails, that have been set by the narrative. But if they actually see their constituents talking about the things that we are talking about in terms of Donald Trump's economic revolution, that has an effect on the candidates themselves. Now, that being said, for example, here in Michigan, I'm constantly bending the ear of the candidates that I encounter when I'm speaking, when I'm out going to their events and so on. It is important, and I can see that it's actually having an effect. So that in terms of that, but to go back to the first question, which was an important, sophisticated question, because he's referencing the CAP, which there we go, which is the Center for American Progressivism or Center for American Progress. This is the group that convened up in Canada with Alyssa Slotkin, Buttigieg, Mark Carney. Obama was not there publicly. He was there the night before. And that was their message. Their message was that, we have to sort of grab the middle ground by reorienting toward the working class, the blue collar voters. I watched, I don't know how much of that I could stand to watch. I watched a lot of it. And the parts that I watched, there was no discussion of the crazy trans issues, the radical issues. They weren't jumping up and down supporting unfettered immigration and so on. I'm not saying they don't support those, but that was no longer their message because they are trying to pre-position themselves. But your question has, I think, a fallacy in it, because I don't think the Trump base of the party is moving to the right. I think the Trump base of the party is reconstituting a new political is constituting a political formation in this country, which reshapes politics and brings together workers, producers, manufacturers. This is what the 2024 Republican Party platform said. It said, we are rebuilding the Republican Party as the party of workers, manufacturers, and infrastructure. That is not some kind of right-wing party. And I think the Slotkin crew sees that. Now, Adam, I'm going to try and share the screen, and I know my screen is going to freeze while I'm setting it up. But I want to play a couple of minutes from a back and forth between Larry Kudlow and Newt Gingrich. Now, Newt Gingrich has got a very checkered background. If anybody knows the history of our movement, we were in the forefront of opposing the Contract on America back in the 1990s. So, that caveat out there, I think you're seeing Gingrich functioning in what I call the new Trump world. And I think some of his reflections are useful from the standpoint that he has pivoted to the Trump world. But the back and forth between him and Kudlow was very interesting in terms of this point that I'm making, which is that the Trump Republican Party is not a right party. It is a new reborn Lincoln Party, which captures the majority of the electorate if people will pivot to it enough. So here we go.
The economy, the stock market, wages, productivity. I think things look pretty good in the springtime also.
I think that the liberal elites are in for an enormous shock this fall. I personally guess that we're going to pick up substantial number of seats in the House and several seats in the Senate, that people are going to be in a state of total shock when it's over, and that it will lock down the degree to which Trump really is in the process of changing the country, probably more than any president since FDR. And that.
Okay. All right, you ended the screen share for me. I think that's extremely important. And they go on to say, I can't remember if it's Kudlow or Gingrich, basically said, as long as Republicans are messaging what Donald Trump is doing on the economy, then we are going to sweep the midterms. Now, you may have noticed if you've been paying attention to us, and especially our midterm boot camps, this has been our message. Message what Donald Trump is doing in terms of an economic revolution. And it is a challenge because gasoline is $5, $4.50 a gallon. Hamburger still is a luxury item. I think a lot of that is going to abate. Certainly the gas prices, the beef prices is a little more challenging just in terms of how long it takes to reconfigure, something like cattle herds and so on. But it's a challenge because people are feeling one thing in their pocketbook. But on the other hand, there is an absolute economic revolution and transformation going on, which has the potential, as Gingrich said, to permanently reconfigure the political parties in a way as big as what we saw when Franklin Roosevelt, blue-collar workers and blacks, who had always traditionally been Republican, into the Democratic Party. I think the potential right now is that Trump is beginning to bring that home again. And I think this is a time, I can either pull it up. Oh, I don't have my slideshow. Adam, can you pull up the half-page flyer? Yeah. Notice the title of our flyer. Think of what you just heard Newt Gingrich say, the biggest transformation since Franklin Roosevelt. And Gingrich goes on to point out that both Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump had previously been Democrats, right? And pointed out their ability to message. But again, notice what we call it, the Republican New Deal. Now, thank you for noticing this. We put this for, and this, this has been our mantra, that you must message what Donald Trump is doing in terms of the economy and put people's minds into a fairly term future. The average working class family will no longer be struggling to make ends meet. I just saw a report on the manufacturing boom going on in the United States right now, and the fact that we are woefully understaffed in terms of skilled manufacturing workforce. These are the jobs where one income can raise a family, which we haven't seen for decades and decades in terms of those kind of blue-collar jobs. So the question of upskilling a whole layer of our workforce, getting them out of being Uber drivers or even, data crunchers, and get them into a world where they're going to be building things. And some of this is highly skilled. You start getting into, computer-driven machine tooling, CNC, and with advanced AI capabilities in terms of machine tooling. These are not jobs where you end up with dirt under your fingernails, although I think those are great jobs too. These are jobs which are extremely highly skilled and can pull down between $160,000 and $240,000, as a skilled machine tool guy. This is the world that we actually need to put people into. And I think the administration understands that. I think you're going to see them pivoting more and more. I think the fact that Kudlow and Gingrich, I don't think they came up with this idea on their own. I suspect there's some kind of back and forth in terms of the administration. What kind of messaging do we need to get out? What Kudlow says a little bit later in this is he said that the rise in blue-collar wages now outstripped the rise in white-collar wages for the first time. I don't know what the period, he didn't reference the period. But again, this is a transformation of our economy. So if enough of the candidates understand that, and we'll keep taking the point in places where even the candidates don't understand that, if we get that message out. Now, that is why support for our political action committee is so important. And Barbara can come in a minute, reinforce this. But to make clear, we have two organizations, Promethean Action, which is what hosts our YouTube videos and so on, is our policy arm, and it cannot be directly involved in political campaigns. We can talk about issues and policy, not candidates. But we do have a political action committee, Promethean PAC, which is constituted under the Federal Election Commission to directly intervene into the midterm elections. What we're doing right now is, again, saturation bombing with this half-page flyer, which you can order. But I know Barbara has got some grander schemes for the PAC, which she might want to jump in with right now.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I'm thinking about is, I'm sure most people on this call have seen Spencer Pratt's ads, which are all over the internet, have basically discombobulated the Democratic Party in Los Angeles, which is, an obvious Democratic stronghold, completely. But he's talking about the fact that these Democrats, Karen Bass is considered to be a centrist in terms of how the Democratic Party thinks about these things. She's clearly not. She's clearly out of her element, and is really a Barack Obama clone. She was the vice chairman, after all, of the National Endowment for Democracy, okay, which is a CIA front for people who don't know. But the point is that he's a man with a cause and a passion. And those ads reflect that, and they reflect what everybody else is knowing and feeling on the ground, living in that catastrophic, ruined state based on Democratic Party policies. What I would like to be in a position to do in the PAC, there's a thing called independent expenditures under the Federal Election Campaign Act. It's where most people put their dark money. You know, you've all seen it on TV where you have a ad coming on from some group outside, you know, the actual campaign committees of the candidates, and they're saying, you know, so-and-so is a jerk because, or so-and-so is great because. Very seldom is it so-and-so is great because, all right? What I'd like to be able to do is to put our PAC in a position where we could hire some of these creators, and although a great deal of it can be done by AI at this point, that's what Spencer Pratt's ads are mostly being done by, to be in a position to, once this thing really sorts it out, the primary season sort of ends in June, okay, and you know who the candidates are in June, somewhat, all right, maybe not, but, you know, in some states go as far as August, okay, but we'll have a good idea of what's going to happen in the race beginning on Labor Day, when you really get down to it and people are paying attention. I'd like to be in a position at that point in time to do a gigantic ad campaign centered on understanding what the president is doing and how the candidates actually line up in terms of that. And I'd like to use the very prospect of that game, that idea of us doing that as a club for various Republican candidates who are already beginning to run. We could come into your district and do something like Spencer Pratt has done in Los Angeles, but on a completely different level, i.e. actually laying out what President Trump is doing and whether a candidate lines up with that or not, at the same time as actually attacking the Democrats as the modern Jacobins who are trying to destroy the United States. So that's my grand scheme. That's where I'd like to be in terms of the PAC. I think it's eminently doable. It requires a lot of creativity. There's a lot of creativity going into those ads by Spencer Pratt. It's a challenge, but I think it's really necessary at this point, because we have taken the point on trying to, you know, basically message the president's message as more broadly than even the White House has been doing. I expect they're going to up their game substantially in terms of the midterms. But you think about what happened in 2024, who are the people who actually amplified the president's message going into the 2024 presidential? Charlie Kirk got assassinated. Tucker Carlson gone crazy. You know, you can go down the line of many of those influencers, and they've been knocked off. We won't get knocked off like that. I got to tell you, we've already been to hell and high water once in our lifetimes. We know what that's all about. So, you know, a team, and we can start to build support for that and actually begin to put it into motion.
Now, one more plug while we're here, which is we do conduct nationwide Zoom boot camps, midterm boot camps, where activists from all over the country come together and we problem solve in terms of how to communicate this message. We have a midterm boot camp coming this Friday, i.e. tomorrow. It is going to feature a number of state legislative candidates who are messaging this. At least we'll have candidates from Michigan, Texas, and California lined up at this point, who will be talking about how they are carrying this message out to their constituencies. The next boot camp is then a week later, and then we're shifting the boot camps to Monday. So that's just sort of a kind of rough schedule of what we have going between now and the beginning of June. Then they're going to revert to their bi-weekly pattern, probably, but as we get closer to the midterms, they probably will be weekly. So I encourage people to sign up. Adam is showing up there on the top. You have the midterms bootcamp sign up page, which is where we are right now. And then The other thing in the drop down is our resources where you can watch previous boot camps, but definitely sign up for the midterm boot camps.
Thank you, Barbara and Susan. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Let's get some more super chats. We got this one from a good friend, PGK Dan, who joins us every week. Thank you. And I watch Steve Turley, so I appreciate what he has to say, even though he is very different than us. Please discuss overconfidence regarding the effective redistricting in the midterm. People like Steve Turley are declaring the death of the Democratic Party. They ain't dead yet. No, they're not. So your thoughts about people saying that, you know, this redistricting is going to completely destroy the Democratic Party?
Well, I think it's going to have a big effect. I think it's already shifted the narrative, which was out there of doom and gloom, and we're going to lose, and, you know, everybody should sit this out. It's no good. It's done. It's over. All that crap. You've seen that, you know, basically go off after the Virginia decision came down and after the Supreme Court decision in Kalias came down. Got to understand a little bit about what this redistricting fight is about in terms of the Voting Rights Act, which is that if you take a map of the country, I'm sure people have done this somewhat, and looked at what's red and what's blue, and then thought about the Congress, why is it so split? You know, what does that happen? What is up with that? How did that happen? Why, you know, how can it be? Well, you've got one kind of thing which is true, which is a lot of populations live in cities, which is where the Democrats have actually concentrated their machinery. That's true, all right, but it still doesn't account for anything. And what the Voting Rights Act did, politicians elected, particularly in the South, is by gerrymandering Black districts. So think about what that means. Let's actually make a ghetto, okay? And call it freedom for Black people because they can elect a Black candidate from the ghetto, all right? That's what that was about, all right? And now what the Supreme Court has said, you know, going back to Martin Luther King, which is obvious, is we're not there anymore, folks. Okay, we're not in this crazy situation of you know, overt racism. Yes, it was terrible. Don't get me wrong. What happened, you know, in the South, you know, was terrible, and that's why the Voting Rights Act was actually passed. But we've gone beyond that as a country, and the idea that you actually create separate but equal yet again, which is actually what the Voting Rights Act was doing to it. The Voting Rights Act, first of all, doesn't say that, all right? That I should be very clear about that. This was the interpretation which the Democrats got away with selling to the rest of the population and to the courts. And the Supreme Court finally said, no, you know, we don't basically have the idea that our politics should be based on race. That's kind of, you know, outside the parameters. We were supposed to get over that in the Constitution itself. So now what you got is throughout the South, you're getting these crazy districts, which are, you know, actually, you know, horribly gerrymandered districts, and you're saying no more and you're redistricting. You know, I actually have a belief that Black people at this point are going to elect people on an even more basis than having these crazy ghettos set up to arrange their lives. And, you know, basically, that's what's behind the enthusiasm saying we're going to pick up 14, 15 seats, et cetera, because all of these insane things are going to be gerrymandered out of existence, and states are going to reflect one man, one vote, which is what it's supposed to reflect. All right, so that's the fight, okay? A lot of people have said, okay, the Democratic Party therefore is toast. That's incorrect, all right? You know, they're toast to the extent that their insanity is actually recognized, like it's being recognized out in California. You know, to the extent that we can actually get it across to the population that this has become a Jacobin force out to destroy the United States. And to the extent that we can actually pull people into the mindset that Donald Trump is using to rebuild our country, that's going to determine how people vote. So, you know, yes, I do think it's very, very premature to say we won. All right, because you still got to deal with the Senate. You know, J.D. Vance is in Maine today. You have somebody with a Nazi tattoo up there running for the Democratic Party on his chest. He says he's tried to actually wipe it out, but he's basically a guy who says, you know, he has social media posts that say, I think we need a revolution in this country. I got my gun and I'm ready to go to town. All right. That's pretty much a definition of the people that the Democrats are running at this point. And we've got to get that across, that they have no legitimacy, that all of them, even their centrist spokespeople like Alyssa Slotkin, are nuts. Okay. Here's a woman who actually, her big claim to fame is, I sold the Iraq war to the American people. All of them have baggage up the wazoo. They're just waiting for us to come in and essentially eviscerate them. And that's what very much we intend to do here. So, you know, I think that you're correct. We can't be overconfident. And the biggest thing, if people get overconfident, they'll stay home. And that is the problem of really organizing the vote.
Yeah, I want to mention one other aspect of it, because I think there's the near term, which Barbara just addressed, and the question of voter turnout in a midterm is the bottom line. People do not turn out midterms as they do presidential elections. And that is going to be, you know, getting the vote out and ensuring that our base is mobilized, optimistic, and not complacent is extremely important. But I think there's also a longer term thing which people should be conscious of. And as much as they did a makeover of Alyssa Slotkin, and man, did they do a makeover on her. I didn't even recognize her when I first watched her up at this summit in Canada. You know, they recognize that the hard radical AOC Hakeem, there is a faction of the elites that understand that the AOC Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala Harris wing of the Democratic Party is burning itself out. And they have, I'm convinced, at least a longer term strategy of perhaps letting it die. It's what Gingrich referenced in a certain, well, actually a little bit later in that thing that I showed, he talked about how the Federalist Party was completely wiped out at a certain point, and then new formations came along. I don't necessarily agree with all of his historical analysis, but it's an important point to be made. And I just want to point people to something that's going on here in Michigan, just so you can have your spidey sense up as you think about this question. We have an independent running for governor of Michigan. This is the former Democratic mayor of Detroit, who has presented himself as a centrist. He's not. He's run by the billionaires, Jamie Dimon and all the rest of them. You know, he rebuilt the center city of Detroit so it doesn't look like Dresden after the firebombing, and it's very flashy and nice, and tourists come there and so on. And he did it on the backs of the neighborhoods, you know, who have essentially been left in the dust. But he portrays himself as a centrist. He's running as an independent for governor because, as he said, I can't run on the Democratic label any longer. And then you have the current Secretary of State, who's been part of this wacky triumvirate of witches, Gretchen Whitmer. Jocelyn Benson is the one who's now running for governor, and our Attorney General. Now, here's something that just happened. And again, I'm just putting this on people's radar screen. Sit there and think in this simple-minded Democrats, you know, Democrats versus Republicans, because the elites are thinking at a higher level. There was just a big indictment here in Michigan of a businesswoman who got $20 million in funds from the state. And there's pictures of her and the current governor, Gretchen Whitmer, all over the place. She was a big fundraiser for Gretchen Whitmer and so on. She's been indicted on 16 criminal counts. Now, when I saw the headlines on that, I said, oh, good. The Justice Department is doing its job. It's going after the Democratic Party in Michigan. Then I looked a little more closely. It's the Democratic Michigan Attorney General who did the indictment. And this is now blowing back on the governor that she serves. Now, I'm not going to get into the, hard left versus centrist stuff in the Democratic Party here in Michigan, but this is not normal. And I just bring it up because I think that however these different things play out, you're dealing with a situation in which the oligarchs who think in generations are, recognizing, all right, well, we've had our run with the Democratic Party. Maybe somewhere not too far down the road, we may need to come up with something else. And that is wrong. What's wrong with, Steve Turley's analysis in this case, because presume that the Democratic Party is finished. And I don't think it will be finished in this midterm. So all that said, but presume that it does go by. Unless you've actually mobilized people around the right principles, the elites are going to come up with something else and put it in its place.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you to everyone joining us over the internet. Really appreciate it. Some more super chat shout outs here. Thank you, Kevin. I wish you would have left a question. Thank you very much for your generous super chat. Everyone, please make sure you're subscribed to our free email newsletter. The link is in the description. We have both a daily subscription and a weekly subscription, or you can get both. Please subscribe. The link's in the description. And thank you, Kevin. Also, Things I Wonder, 2001. Thank you very much for the super chat. I wish you would have left a question. Please make sure you're subscribed. Thank you so much. Defender, support the team with much appreciation for bringing clarity and truth regarding geopolitical and spiritual reality. You're very welcome, friend. Please make sure. And I have another question here about the geopolitical situation. Where do you see the relationship with the U.S. and BRICS in regard to a truly new financial system?
Well, this has been a source of tension, and I think that if you think about the BRICS and you think about what's going on in China right now, Trump is basically saying, no, we're not going to go with the multipolar world. We're not going to go with some kind of digital dollar or a central bank reserve currency. We're going to come up with, as we work through these relationships to actually building things, we're going to come up with some kind of stability in our financial system where credit is directed towards building things and developing things rather than being the gambling casino it presently is. The dollar will remain dominant. That is the one thing that is uncompromising in terms of the United States. So the BRICS idea that somehow we're going to take down the United States by actually, having a revolt against the dollar system, that isn't going to happen. All right. And increasingly, what you're going to see is Trump is going to make deals with the BRICS nations for actual development. Lula was just in the White House prior to this trip. To China member, BRICS member. The BRICS thing is going to be absorbed in a new century of development throughout the world. That's the overall thing I think can come about between great powers, i.e. Russia, China, India, and the United States, saying we're going to do what Franklin Roosevelt told Winston Churchill should be done after World War II. We're going to end British colonialism in all of its forms, even that adopted by our own country. Unfortunately, when before Trump, we were very much the brawn for British strategic policy. You got to understand that this revolution is enormous. And Trump's whole idea here is, let's make Venezuela the 51st state. Let's actually go in and actually do deals with these countries so that they get developed. And their bitch against us, which is legitimate. I'm not saying that it isn't. Our foreign policy sucked under Henry Kissinger, and that entire tradition carried forward. But we're dismantling all of that. We're changing. We're getting back to our roots. And our roots essentially are, we're the people who do good in the world. We're Americans. So I think this whole notion around the BRICS and everything else is going to fade, but be replaced by something which is infinitely better.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it any better myself. No, so much of the BRICS issue is still very big with people that follow us and the wider networks that we're involved with. So thank you, Ken, for your question. Please make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Our next show is going to be on Saturday. Let's hop back to some questions here from our email newsletter. Let's go to question number 30 here. Okay. First question here. So I'm going to take these two together. So the first one here is from Steve. He says, could you please talk about the empire mindset as a sort of mind virus, and how can we understand how we and other folks may be susceptible to it? Is it some type of pseudo-noble mode of self-suspicion, perhaps? Thank you, Steve, for your question. And Anthony says, the crux of your objection to the British imperial system is the perspective that man is just an animal. You sometimes use the word slave as well. It would be helpful to the cause if you defined what it means if man is perceived as an animal or a slave. Defining that can bring the necessary aha moment as we realize just as we are currently being treated like animals or slaves already, especially over the last decades when we were sold globalization, privatization, and deregulation, and a new utopia. And then here's the fun part for me. Awesome. I reject Adam's enthusiastic description of how AI will do. It already has. You just don't realize it. His description sounds exactly like the globalist justification for downsizing in the 80s and 90s. The problem, both narratives assume that efficient economic throughput is synergetic with societal well-being. It is not. Those are predictions only, and utopian at that. They are predicated on unrealistic axioms that depend on blind trust that the efficient markets will always do the right thing for society. AI could be revolutionary to humanity's evolution if you dump the blind trust. It is not blind trust or linear thinking. Okay. Instead, we must roll up our sleeves and collaborate with this immense source of human knowledge. I agree, Anthony. Barbara and Susan, though.
Let me take the first crack at it, because I actually have to leave a little early today. I have an engagement. Look, I go back to the first one. I think it frames it well, because it's not really a mind virus, although that's not a bad way of thinking about it. It's really as simple as going back to Plato and Aristotle. The first line of control of the oligarchy is to trap you in your world, in the world of the senses, where you think that all you know is the data that comes in through your eyes, your ears, your other senses, and this actually really gets to the AI as well. And that what we're doing is rearranging the data that comes in through your senses. Now, just to ask yourself a very, very simple question. Are your senses telling you what the universe actually looks like? I mean, we see a completely different light spectrum as a dog does. You have birds that pick up, things beyond the human senses, which allow them to migrate, and go from north to south. And believe me, they're not holding their cell phones, and checking, their Google Maps in terms of how to get there. Your senses are just the shadows on the wall. And, you know, this is where the question of Plato is extremely important, because in the Republic, he uses this beautiful metaphor of the cave, where you have, and this gets to the question of slaves. You know, essentially you have people who are enslaved, they're chained to benches, they can't turn around, all they can see is the back wall. And behind them, somebody has a light and images, and it's creating the shadows on the wall, and they've never seen anything but the shadows on the wall, and they think those shadows are real. That's how they manipulate us. But obviously somebody is generating those shadows. There are deeper principles which you do not see with your senses. Principles, not the ones Alyssa Slotkin was trained on. But there are universal principles which are not knowable to your senses, but are knowable to your mind. And the first level of imperial control is to simply trap people in their senses where they're not thinking from the standpoint of these deeper principles. And they're also, as I keep saying, trapped in the now, as opposed to thinking about the consequences of how you apply these principles for a better future. Those are the first two lines of defense of the elites, which enslaves people, is trapping them in their senses and trapping them in the now. You get people using their minds, appreciating beauty. Beauty is not something you touch. It's a concept. It moves your mind. You know, appreciating, discovering something like relativity. Believe me, that's not something you touch. It's not something you see. It's something you have to discover with your mind. Once you get people thinking from the standpoint of their minds, and not just reacting from their senses, then you've gone a long way toward breaking the control of the elites and stopping the enslavement of mankind. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye this week, and I'll see you all Saturday.
Bye, Susan. Safe travels. All right, Barbara. Hold on, let me. Any comments on these questions here before we move on?
Yeah, I think that people would do well to take a look at Bruce Director's class from Saturday, which is up on the Promethean Action website. He's talking there about how Kepler actually figured out the motions of the planets, where observation, simple observation through your senses, really ended up being completely erroneous. And it's based on Kepler having a hypothesis, you know, a thought experiment, where he actually used his mind to look at all this stuff and then formed a hypothesis to say, you know, essentially what it was that would prove itself, i.e. he proved something which didn't exist at all in sense perception. You can take a look at Beethoven, who wrote his last symphonies while he was completely deaf. Very interesting process, to say the least, something that makes accessible to you, you know, how the human mind works. But so much of our schooling, so much of everything that is shoved at us as Americans is based on the Enlightenment, which had the fundamental idea that men and women are beasts, that our genetics actually control us. And since there's no truth in the universe, we can't discover it. We essentially act on, you know, animalistic impulses, and that requires a dictator or an elite class to actually control us. That, in a nutshell, is British philosophy 101, so to speak. Our entire existence in the United States comes from a very, very different tradition, which runs through Gottfried Leibniz, the great German scientist who actually encapsulated the other tradition, what I call the tradition of mind, throughout human history, the pursuit of happiness in, you know, essentially what are key phrases in terms of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, the British answer to that through Locke was the pursuit of property. Think about the difference between those two notions, all right? And that defines for you the fact that we didn't live during the revolution at all in this system of you're nothing but animals, you can't discover truth, you're not, as the Bible tells us, endowed by the Creator with these inalienable rights to participate in God's creation and increasingly perfect it. I also like to use the thing which Elon Musk talks about, where he says physics tells you what the laws of the universe are by you actually trying to master them, and everything else in life is purely advisory. I thought that's really a funny and ironic statement, but it deals with exactly this dichotomy between those who believe that the mind of human beings can be reached to grand scales to participate in God's creation, and those who believe that we're simply like beasts and need to be controlled, therefore, by some form of supervening agency. So that's kind of what we're talking about here.
Thank you. And let's push a little bit harder on this Leibniz question, because definitely we're hitting a bit of a nerve on this. Oops, let me put the right thing up here. Okay, so Angus says, hi, I recently I conducted an admittedly cursory search of Hamilton's published papers and found us online and found no explicit mentions of Leibniz in Hamilton's writings or the major reports. Hamilton cites European practice, statutes, and political economists, by example, English statutes, French and British commercial practice, Montesquieu, Blackstone, but I can't find any primary source evidence that he names or attributes ideas directly to Leibniz. Can you assist with some specific references? Thanks. Thanks, Angus.
If you go to our website, you'll see posts by Chuck Park on a character by the name of Logan, a very underestimated founding father. And this is the Benjamin Franklin circles, who are actually the people responsible for the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And Logan was a complete advocate of Leibniz over Locke. That was the big fight coming into our founding. Basically Locke has the British notion, and Leibniz has, what I'm talking about here as the notion which actually founded our republic. I really think it'd be a good idea if you take these Charles Park postings and the class, and we'll have something more on Logan going up on the website soon, namely a review of his book and works by Chuck, which is now in the process of being produced. So that's it. Now, coming back to what was Hamilton doing? Well, here's how I like to think about Hamilton's mind, and it'll give you some insight. He was a trial lawyer, and people don't recognize that part of him. And at one point in my life, I actually had to go through all of his cases for a case we had going on in Germany about the difference between American law about defamation and libel and British or Roman law, in terms, which is the European system, concerning defamation or libel. It's a very interesting study, because think about, what does it mean to say something false about somebody's fundamental identity? Now, this is a case called Crosby versus Bee, in which Hamilton's party in the case had actually called Thomas Jefferson a traitor. And under English law, simply saying that would put you in jail. Okay, because the idea was truth was not a defense when you criticized the crown. All right, you couldn't defend yourself by saying the truth because you were criticizing the crown. Think about how that reflects free speech. So what Hamilton did is he went through all of human history, not just British history, human history, going all the way back to the Greeks and so on. And in his a summary of his case, which he spent 3 or 4 days talking to the jury about in New York and talking to the Supreme Court about when it was riding the circuit. He literally developed how, as every nation in the entire world thought about this thing called defamation, and came up with as his formulation about libel. He said truth is a defense to the crime, which it was, of libel, insofar as it advances the public good. Now, think about that from the standpoint of trying to get a jury to understand that today. All right, what is the public good? Understand that is understanding. Well, founders certainly had a common understanding of it. Alexander Hamilton had a common understanding of it. And that was the difference in terms of the overall intellectual ferment, which led to our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. So I hope I've answered your question. Chuck Park has the whole story. Take a look at his work on our website. Take a look at his class. Yes, we imported a lot of common law. We had to start somewhere. We imported a lot of Blackstone. We had to start somewhere, all right? But the key thing you got to understand is just like what I just told you about Hamilton's definition of the crime of libel, our Constitution and Declaration of Independence totally broke from the past. It was something brand new. And that's what Hamilton actually contributed. He's looking at these other sources, yes, but his ultimate conclusions throughout are creating something brand new.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay, keep hammering on this issue of technology a little bit more. So let me switch to number 18 here. And again, this is from our email newsletter subscribers. StreamYard. Okay. Shannon says, if Trump is successful in consolidating a coalition of power playing nations, Russia, China, India, Japan, US, it seems the next biggest power play is for the control of the high ground on the moon. In your estimation, has Trump allotted enough real funding in Space Force, whether by Congress or partnership with Elon, to make that happen before China can get adequate footing on the moon to challenge the US for dominance? No one is going to want to share the moon, and the battle for it will be won or lost by supply lines. Thank you, Shannon, for your question.
Yeah, I think that we're into a brand new period in terms of this. I mean, right now, the way it's scheduled is we're supposed to get there in 2027. China is supposed to get there in 2030. But I slightly disagree in terms of won or lost by supply lines. It's going to be won or lost by the application of the human mind to technologies. Just look at what Elon has done. He's basically transformed space travel totally. He's re-engineered the whole idea of what kind of rocket ships should get there. We're talking about ultimately going to Mars. That's going to require nuclear-powered rockets. All of these technologies are being explored. I could differ with you a little bit. I could differ with Trump a little bit on the funding. But in some ways, this is the best way to actually trap the Democrats, because a lot of them actually want to do this. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to actually go out in this grand jury discovery, which is of, how are we going to master space? How are we going to master the next technology? How are we going to get to the moon? What can we do there? I think we can probably mine the minerals for fusion power there, which is a very exciting prospect for the entire world. What are we going to do on Mars? All of these things will learn so much about life, fundamentally, about medicine in zero gravity environments, about all sorts of new discoveries which are really sitting there before us. And I would predict that some of the things being discussed by Xi Jinping and Donald Trump is whether we ought to be cooperating. I pointed out in my brief that Russia is the big spacefaring nation? What if the competition actually turns into a friendly competition where, we're exchanging new discoveries as we make them, and they're not classified? And all of that is being put out to both populations, the Chinese population, the American population, in terms of what we're actually learning as we undertake this great voyage. That changes everything. So that's how I'd answer your question.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this week. Just a quick reminder, if you've liked this design wearing, I also have a George Washington one and a Benjamin Franklin one. And yes, I am working towards, I am going to do a Thomas Jefferson one and probably one or two others for the founding fathers. Let me throw the link up on here for YouTube. I threw the link up there on YouTube. The link for the America 250 collection, the link is in the description. So if you're interested in this design, you can get it. Barbara, any closing words for our audience today?
Well, I think that people should just be paying close attention. As I said at the beginning of this broadcast, this is a new day for the world. All right. It really is a new day for the world. And we have to be, Trump is the undying optimist, to say the least. He actually believes, as Gottfried Leibniz said, that we live in the best of all possible worlds. We simply have to meet that kind of criteria that God intended for us human beings to meet. That's our challenge. And it's a much bigger challenge than the day-to-day stuff. And it's really a very exciting challenge. So that's how I'd end the show. We'll be following up, obviously, in detailing for you what happened, the reaction to it, and how this reshapes things over the course of Saturday's broadcast and go on into Monday. So thanks, everybody, so much for listening, and thank you for the support.
Everyone who sent in the super chats, I have so many here. I have so many questions, so many super chats I didn't get to. Thank you very much for sending them in. I'm very sorry I didn't get to take every single last thing today. Join us next week. We're going to be back next week. And make sure you're subscribed to our email newsletter. Thank you, everyone.